bitches.
Make the ground shake.
What's up, nerds? Hello, hello, hi. I just need to double check something quick. But yes, welcome, welcome. Of course, Theory is here. Hi, Dan. Hi, Hooded. And Lyric. Hello, hello. I wanted to just check. I did put the point redeems back on. Okay, we're good. Right, so today, hello. Today we are, I don't know if my music's too loud. It's a little loud in my ears. There we go. Starting with studies, because I've been meaning to and just haven't gotten around to it. I keep making excuses. Thank you for the confettis, Lyric. To answer your question, I'm doing good. How are you? How is everybody? Did you guys get some good sleeps? And balloons, thanks. Oh no, not captions today. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna do captions today. Those captions are gonna be some other shit. Wanted to sleep more? Oof. Do you struggle to go back to sleep once you're awake? Because I can't. If my eyes open, it's game over. If someone talks to me, it's game over. I'm awake for the rest of the day, regardless of how much sleep I got. The only time I'll sleep is if I'm given drugs, like apparently muscle relaxants knock me the fuck out, or if I'm sick. I can nap when I'm sick only, otherwise my body refuses. Like if I have a fever, it means my brain's not working, which means I can actually sleep soundly as much as I want. So, you know, sometimes having a fever is not such a bad thing. Sometimes impossible. Ugh. I hate it. I woke up this morning like just after 9 and I was like, thanks. I definitely wanted to be awake this early. Alright. I'm not gonna make social posts this week. I'm feeling a bit iffy, so that's another day's problem. We're just chillin'. Your mom's sugar thing kept... Oh my goodness, is she okay? Does she need help or is she all Gucci? It's 3:15. Ah, so you're EST then. I know this because my main mod, Jargon, is in that time zone. Okay, so it's been a long time. I think I checked. It was like June or July the last time I did any kind of studies. So I'm going to start with reviewing hiragana, katakana. I'll maybe go through Japanese 0 again. I can't remember what was in here. It's been a long time. I went like, I don't know, 2 months maybe. Solid studying all of these ones at the bottom. And I started going into the other ones, but yeah. So we'll start with this bad boy. Are we learning Japanese? Kinda. Maybe, yeah. It's been a while. Haven't studied for a few months. So I have to review. I'm considering restarting. Hi, Saku! You took the... Oh, N3? Damn! Damn. I don't know enough to even do N5. That shit's intense. I wanted to do it last year, but I didn't study hard enough to have any confidence to do it. And there's just a lot to do. So I'm just kind of doing it like really casually. Yeah. Ne?
Ne.
It's been a long time. You'll get there soon, yeah? I don't think so, but... I need to... Hi, Sushi! Titanic Flute is your jam? It is pretty good. I might actually... I might just disable that for now, because I want to actually be able to study. But I can't if there's constantly noises blaring. Let me just... Kind of defeats the point. N5 is really chill. It is? Man, I looked at the requirements and I was just like, damn, I don't know if I can do that. And I in a way, kind of gave up before I even started. I was just like, Alright, let's just deactivate that for now. I'll reactivate it later, when it's not so important. But, yeah. I guess my issue, Hooded, is that because I'm weeb trash, my listening skills are really good. So I can understand some things that people say. Like, I can maybe follow, like, a very simple conversation, but I can't respond. So sentence structure, even though it's fairly simple, I think. It's more about like knowing vocabulary, because I understand it when I hear it, but I can't read it. And kanji, I don't know. You're awake really early in the morning and you feel the need to make it everyone's problem. I mean, I guess, Lyric. You should definitely try to sleep though. Okay, so this one I think is te. Listening itself is the hard part. No ways. My reading skills. I don't even know about writing. I haven't practiced actually writing in a long time, so I think that could be a bit of an issue. But yeah, my listening skills are good. My reading skills are really, really bad. I can't necessarily look at a word and like recognize it. And kanji is, there's no writing. Wait, really? You don't have to? Oh my god, that takes a lot of pressure off. That is like half the pressure, because I wasn't very good. Like, I did it for a year in university and I just wasn't very good at it. This one is pia. No? Pure. Baka. Your life skills in general. You got skill issue for life skills? Oh man, better go back to school. Poo.
Poo.
The only reason I remember that one is because I imagine that the little squiggly is like a poo and all the little thingies around it are flies. That's the only reason I remember it. No speaking? Oh my god, it's just comprehension. It's reading and listening. I need to try a bit harder then. Maybe it's something I can actually do. I would need to figure out in Cape Town where I would go for the test. Reading and listening? Oh, I can do that. It's the reading. I think I would struggle with the reading. This one is... Well, I know that much. Is this? It's not Bio. Bio? Bio! Cape Town! Sushi, I can't wait. I'm dreaming of Cape Town every day. I was a little bit reluctant to move like a long time ago. Sha? No? Fuck, why do I keep getting this one wrong? Sure. This one is... This is, yeah. Cha.
Cha.
Cha, cha. No, I don't want pro, but thank you. Man, I used to have such a high score. Because I would aim for... It was either 10,000 or 20,000 points a day. You're gonna love it here? Oh, man. I'm excited for, like, the air. Apparently, the air quality between Cape Town and Johannesburg is, like, insane. Thing is, like, I grew up in Port Elizabeth. Okay, I want to keep doing classic review. Cut. This is why I want to start over, because there's a lot of characters that I just can't think of a way to memorize. You're back! Welcome, welcome, Saku. I'm doing good today. How are you? Is this? No? Ha?
Ha.
Ha! That one got me. That one got me. Because because when I've tried to, like, because I have the Japanese keyboard on my phone, so when I've tried to write things, I can't always recognize, because it gives you like it gives you the one I don't know how to explain. It gives you the one hiragana and you have to like click and hold on it to pick a different one. So just recognizing that sometimes I have to go through them to try and find the other ones to figure out which one it is. It's confusing. Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing. The overall life quality, fantasties. Do I have to speak Afrikaans in Cape Town? Because I really can't sushi. Like it's obviously it's miles better than my Japanese because I had to do it in university. This one is po. I keep getting distracted. Z. Pa. I. Well, I was saying something about Afrikaans, right? So my comprehension skills are very good. Like I can understand when people speak Afrikaans to me, but I can't speak Afrikaans back. So like there's always comprehension. I can always understand what people say, but I don't always know how to respond back. It's really difficult. The 12-key keyboard, yeah. I don't know if it has a name, to be fair, Hooded. This one's gotta be Chi. The only language I speak are English and bad English. I mean, fair, sushi. I was worried when I was younger, because I grew up in PE. So I'm used to coastal life, but like I grew up in PE. I was worried about moving to Pretoria when I was younger, because I was like, I don't know Afrikaans. And then, yeah, I spent a few years in Pretoria. Then I moved to Johannesburg, and I was still worried about Afrikaans. You're in love with this emote? It is very, very cute. The artist, I have his name written down somewhere. I think it's on my profile or something, because that was actually a free emote. Like that artist has done quite a few free Genshin emotes. If I had the money to pay them, I would. But yeah, things are kind of rough at the moment. But yeah, they made a bunch of amazing emotes. Actually, let me show you guys which ones are theirs. I don't know if the pronouns for that artist, but I'll show you which ones are theirs. They made some really, really stunning ones. And like I said, free. Do I still have... Yeah, Paimon Scare is also one of theirs. I think this is all of theirs. They made some really amazing stuff. I love it. You can somewhat understand Spanish, spoken or written, but you can't speak it. Ah, how's your katakana? Katakana!
No! God!
Whoa.
No!
Oh,
God,
emote
please,
only.
no!
Uh-oh.
No!
Goodbye.
No! No!
I think it's just 2 minutes. Bye, guys. Alright, this one. My mind has gone blank. What does the hint do? Provides one letter? Oh, they never had this before. How, if you keep... Oh, if you... if you keep pressing it... if you keep pressing it, it just gives you the answer. Okay. Sit. This one is... I don't think... Is it me? No. Is it mu? I had a weird way of memorizing some of the hiragana and the katakana. If it looked like something, like I know there was one that looked like a cow, and I found a way to like easily remember that one. And I don't know if it was this mu or if it was the katakana mu, because I can't remember now. But we're just doing a review for now. Just review. This one is ko? Ko! Because that one, koneko, I try, like, it's like a cat laying down in my brain. Anyway, are we still got 60 seconds left? Okay, this is fine. This one was yeah. Su. I remember that one because you need to know the su to write zu, and I think of Suzume, which I think is bell. So that's squiggly. I think of a bell. This is like the origin one for the poo, right? So it's hu. Yeah, this one. This because it's got this little. You see these quotation. I can't remember the name of the mark there, but when it has that one, that makes it a hu. No, boo, 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 boo. Okay, and if it's got the round one, then it's the poo. Yeah. That is how I remember. This one, you see, because it has the little quotation mark thingy. I don't remember the name of the mark. They do have names though. There's this one and then there's the round one. Dakuten. This one, do they have 2 different names? Did you take any sort of course? So I did Dakuten? Dakuten. This one is very easy to remember because des for everything. Everything. So like you see it a lot. Those 2 characters, the D and the SU, you see it everywhere. So it kind of gets stuck in your head. I took a course when I was in university. Bear in mind that was 7 years ago. No? 8 years ago, I took a beginner's course, and I don't remember how far I got. So des, you see that everywhere. This one was, new. I need to remember that one. What? No. Huh? No. What was this one? Oh. Fuck. Oh. It's been a while. So I mostly self-study it, to be honest, because yeah, I did a beginner's course 8 years ago. And like, I get frustrated with studying because I remember some things, but I don't remember everything. And so I get bored. Because I'll remember some things, but then there's other things I forget. And so it's just a case of like trying to memorize things again. That's why I'm doing the classic review. I honestly thought about restarting, but I think I'll get bored if I just restart. Oh. Okay, my katakana is maybe rustier than I thought. we might have to study that one a little bit harder when we get there. But see, now why can I recognize but I can't recognize ha? Every time. Brain be dumb, you know? This one's to. Well, I know that one. Is it so? So. Ne. Pe. Some of them are really loud, some of them are really soft. Not this one again. What was this one? You. Ohio. It's read as wa and not ha. Maybe. Ohio minasan. Kyou wa. Atsui. I'm like trying to look out the window to see because I'm sitting here with a hoodie on and I'm like, is it hot or cold today? But it's sunny outside, so we're gonna say atsui. Watashi wa teito desu. Minami Africa jin desu.
Genki.
How are you? How are you today, Yoda? O genki desu ka? Mirai Nikki, Future Diary? Oh, Saku, I didn't really like that one that much. It's both, it's hot and cold. The weather doesn't know what it's doing. We had insane storms by my area last night. Also, what is that? Atsy. I think so. It's a little bit hard to read. I don't know if I can make the text bigger on my chat, actually. Hold on. So I'm forcing my eyeballs to be able to read, so I never make my text big. I'm like, no, you will have small text and you will be happy with it. Because I don't want my eyes to get lazy. Let's see if I can make it a bit bigger. Oh, that's very big. Hold on. Wait, that's too big. Oh, okay, wait, that made it very tiny now. I'm confused. Oh. Maybe that's better? So some of the kanji is a little bit hard to read if it doesn't have like I remember the Atsui one because it's got like a line through the middle, and because I don't like hot weather, I'm like, no, cross it out. Atsui. All right, this one, se from sensei. Uh-oh.
Ro.
You're self-taught, been studying. Oh damn, that's really cool. I need a study buddy, to be fair. I think it's quite hard to study by yourself. How hard was it to learn kanji? Because honestly, I've made myself very scared of kanji. I know this one. This one's also easy. I think we call it, is it a particle? This one, we can use it to mean like of. So like, or like possession, I think. So like, Suzume,
No.
possessive. Yeah. You had a study buddy? Oh no! Did your study buddy give up? Did they get tired? You were unpacking the piece yesterday, you left the boxes open in the room. You woke up to Pepper crying, he was stuck in the box. Yoda, I thought that was going in a very different direction. I thought that was going in a very sad direction. This one, I think, is the easy one. Mo. Because Momo is Peach. Ah, yeah, I mean, that does happen. You know, people get busy. Chew. Chew is kiss. Or the mouse goes chew.
Tsu.
Do? I honestly thought you were gonna say he peed on something. Yeah. I thought you were gonna say he peed on something or chewed something, and I was like, ugh. You never had troubles with kanji? You've been reading so much? Man, I think I psyched myself out and I was like, no, this is hard, I can't do it. But, Q? Like, QB. You guys know QB from Naruto? This one in my brain is like, it's shrugging. I know it's Me. Whenever you see them, you remember you've seen it before. Ah, it just comes from reading. Okay. Do you have any recommendations? Because like I've been using this Memrise one, and it's honestly the one that's kept my attention the longest. This one is Hyo?
Hyo.
Kanji study. Let me write that down. I know I'm gonna forget because there was music that I wanted to listen to for ages, and it's a person on Spotify called Game Chops, and I would forget every time, and every now and then I'd see some of my friends mention it, and I'm like, okay, remember that. And it's only because I saw someone mention it yesterday that I remembered today. Kanji study. I'll have a look for that, because yeah, I need to get over my fear of reading. Okay.
Ke.
Za.
Za.
Ra.
La.
Ra 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 ra. Ki.
Ki.
Sa.
Sa.
Pi.
P.
Do you guys know the song Poppy Pop? Ri. This one, the ri looks like it's upside down. So
Ri.
that's an easy one to remember. You couldn't study much for N3 because of college work. You took it for fun anyway. And it's a way of preparing yourself, like, for the future. Sha.
Sha.
Sha sha sha. It's a way of, like, preparing yourself anyway, so it's not the worst thing.
Shi.
This one I struggle with. The
Ru.
I try to remember that because it's got a loop. It's got a loopy loop. It's a weird combination between a r and a l, and you have to find that sweet spot. It's like somewhere at the top of your mouth. Ma. Mo? Ma? Ma.
Ma.
Ma. Okay, so that one I remembered, like, it was like a mama.
So.
Because there's the S at the top and the O at the bottom. I had to find ways to remember. Alright, this one is go.
Go.
And this one almost always confuses me.
Na.
But I always guess it right when I do guess it, so yeah. This one's a little bit tricky to write it, but
Le.
maybe it's not necessary. There. And he.
He.
I don't know how I remember that one. He means fire. But I think that hiragana by itself doesn't mean anything. I think there's a character for he, for fire, that looks like a little man's. I learned that from Pokemon. Listening to the podcast, bite-sized Japanese. He also gives a transcript. Oh, would that be on something like Spotify? Bite-size Japanese. I watch some Japanese streamers sometimes. Because I can understand some things that they say. And I'm kind of shy to use hiragana in the chat or like kanji in the chat. So I'll just write it out. I'll just write it out like in letters, but they have like a voice thing that reads it out for them so they don't have to read. And I'll just say like simple things to them, but yeah, it's quite nice. Da. On Spotify? I need to try that. Alright. Another thing I struggle with is the difference between o and a. Because for whatever reason they look the same to me.
Ku.
I'm really good with the K. Kaki kukeko. But yeah, some of the later ones I haven't practiced as much. Boy! Look at all them points. And as you can see, my name is just Tato. What do you see if you look at my profile, though? Oh. I have a follower? Why? You can look at the little... Oh, so the O has got the little friend at the top. I'll try and stick that in the old noodle. So yeah, that's my points. I guess this is how much time I've spent on each one. So hiragana and katakana, I would review it like almost daily, but it was very quick. I've spent 11 hours in Genki so far. Damn. Or is that how long it takes you to do it? I don't know. But that's how many points I have. And that's how many words I've learned, apparently. I can't tell you if that's true or not. I don't know what mempals is. Oh, it's if you're following people? That's my follower? I don't know. But yeah, so the Genki one's kind of tricky because it kind of just throws you in the deep end. Because I think we used a bit of Genki when I was in university, but I don't really remember. But yeah, I practiced like every day. That's why I have that many points. But then I kind of fell out of the habit. I was going through some things. Because it looks a bit like an... And there's a... Oh, because he's got the friend at the top. Oh. I'll try and remember that. Cute. No? Kyo? Shit. You hate starting with the basics? Yeah. Oh, you like being thrown at the deep end? I get overwhelmed very easily and I give up. Me. Because it's got the 2 lines, right? This one is... Is it? Bo. Bo. Boba. Ji. Be. Sa. You get overwhelmed, but you prefer the basics to happen naturally. I've just gone over this stuff a lot. Oh yeah, here's the... So this is poo, right? P-U. But it reminds me of a poo. So that's how I remember it. These are little flies flying around the poo. So that's... Yeah. But because it has the t before, you make it a double. Poo. Poo. You started with words before finishing the letters. Oh my goodness, I would have drowned. So there again, we got the two. It's a little two, so we don't pronounce it. We just double. We just double the first part, if that makes sense. The baby too. So that's one thing that I would maybe struggle with when I start practicing the reading. Is there's another. And I can't think of which one it is now, but there's another hiragana that's small. And it kind of just lengthens the word, but I can't think of what... I think you put it at the end though, but I can't remember now. Because I follow some subreddits that are about like Japanese studies and stuff. Ta. Because it looks like a ta, doesn't it? To me it does. I have these silly ways of remembering them. It really helps if there's a silly story to remember something. So this one... We spoke about this one earlier. Su. From Suzume, Bell, and Des. Always the Des. This one was... Sa? So sa, chi, and ra, I think. They look similar, so now I'm not sure about this one. Is it chi? Chi. It is chi. Nyo. How about we try some words after this? I was gonna go through hiragana and then katakana, but maybe I can do katakana another day. Where's the T? To. Like ditto. Not really. Ditto is not a Japanese word.
き、
き。みゃ
みゃ、
みゃはははは。そ。
そ、
ひゃ
きゃ、
みょ。
みょ、
Ah! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! I need to practice. Gya, 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 gya.
や、
Do you guys remember the he from earlier? Because it's got the little circle, it makes a p instead, so it's pya.
ぴゃ、
You can practice reading. Oh no! And then because tiny tsu, you double that and then go ka,
か、
kakikuke ko. Tachitsute to. Ko.
こ、
Pa. Pa, 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 pa. Ju.
10、
Whenever I think of the sound Ju, I think of Juman, which is a number, but I specifically remember it from One Piece. Juman belly, so it's an amount. It's the bounty that they have to pay. I don't know what Juman is though, like amount, but I know it's an amount. That's the problem. My listening skills, I can understand, but I don't know. I don't always know what they're saying. So this one is mute.
ミュ、
Can I show you the book I used? So you won't be able to post the link, but if you're on the Discord, I think I have a channel, or I have a... Oh, there's a sharing links thing. If you're on the Discord, there's a sharing links. You can just drop it in there if you wanna. Alternatively, I could always search for it if you don't want to join the Discord. That's also fine. You don't have to join. Sorry, Hooded. This one, Gyu,
ぎゅ、
Gyunyu. Gyunyu is milk. I know that one. This one, remember we saw earlier it had the circle? So this is hu without the mark, but then with that, you said it was dakuten. With the dakuten, it is but. If it's got the circle, it's pa. This one, yeah,
や、
like byakuya. You're ready to be read. No, 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 no. Tiny tsu and the little circle makes a p, right? So we go pe.
ぺ、
Cha-chang. Thank you for the pets. Did you find the name of the thing? Do you know the name? It's a book of short stories. Oh, is it like online? Oh man, I love online things. Because I looked at buying textbooks and it was so expensive. I was like, whoa, never mind. Pew.
ぴゅ、
Again, do you guys remember the tiny tsu and the circle? Japanese short stories by Lingo Master. Okay, well, let me Google that. Wow, what'd I do? Oh, they have a website. You bought 2 books for studying, one of them being this. Oh, really? If it has a A2 level, I don't know the numbers or the letters rather, what A2 is. And Japanese beginners, that's me. Oh, you can get it. Wait, you can get it on Amazon, so you can. I need to re-download Kindle maybe, and then I can practice. The other is Genki. Ah, yeah. I think Genki is one of the most recommended ones. Perfect. I will have a look. I will have a look at that midget. Midget? Who did? Alright, so I... This one is
P.
P. I don't know any words that have P. Happy. But that's not a Japanese word, so we don't use these ones. Cho?
Cho.
Oh, yeah. Ryo.
Ryo.
Se.
Se.
Ku.
Ku.
Ryu. Ah! Oh wait, I can just type it, right? I could just be... I could have been making my life easy. I've been clicking on it this whole time. Ja.
Ja.
You could try find a word for each of the letters. Might be fun. I think my vocabulary is not big enough. Like, I've been naming some, but it's kind of hard because, like... Yeah, I don't always know. This one? Ne? No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like some of them I don't know any vocabulary because I've practiced hiragana, katakana a lot, but I could give you some words. Ugh. If you wanna, I feel bad. So this one... Gyo? I don't think I know any words for this one. Gyo.
Gyo.
I don't. That's the that's the problem. I know not a lot, let's say that. Gyoza? What's gyoza? Oh! Dumplings! Pot stickers! Ah! I've never had these. I want them though. Gyoza. They look super tasty. Okay, next one. Jo? Jo. Isn't it hard to like think of word? Because when I'm put on the spot to like think of a word, my mind goes blank. Yeah, my brain on the spot. There's no work key. Catherine says it? Oh wait. Yejo? Did I read that wrong? Yejo? Oh, do you not write the... You don't write the Y? Is that just more for like spelling? Ah, I like there's an anime. Not less than, more, upwards, beyond, that is all. Ah. 以上。私から以上でございます。This seems like really formal. Go ご注文は以上ですか？ああ。6歳以上。So that's over or beyond. More? Catherine says it as a different word, which means error. Oh yeah! Because she's a robot. She's a robot. Which one was this one? This ke?
Ke.
If you idle near Catherine and Genshin, you'll hear it. You know, I haven't heard it, but I saw people posting about it, and I thought that was quite interesting. So it's definitely
Po.
Every time I think of po, I think of Poppy Po. I don't want to play it because I don't want to get into trouble, but there's a song, I think it's Miku? Hatsune Miku, called Poppy Po. I think it's about fruit juice. Because she says, oh no, fruit juice, vegetable juice. Because she says yasai, which is vegetable. Poppy Po. Poppy Poppy Pop Poppy Po. There we go, vegetable juice. It's pretty cute actually. Alright, what was this one? This one is Bio. Bio, 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 bio. Dun, 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 dun. Bam, 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 bam. So the funny thing is that I was gonna say I learned a word today. So Byoki, I found out, is period. But Byoki can also just mean like sickness. So now I'm confused. What period does this mean? Like I know Byoki, but when I googled it now, it said it says period in the translation. Byoki. Google, explain. Misete. Byoin. So if you Byoki, you go to the Byoin. There's a... Oh, my chat off is not working. Hold on, it's this button. There we go. Byoki. So because it doesn't have the U, so if I type Byoki. Ah. I see. So, one letter difference changes it. Ah. So that's why my listening skills are so much better than my reading, and my writing skills are... We don't talk about the writing skills, apparently. I was about to say, that's Rick and Morty. You can't find it in the dictionary? I wonder about this. Because it just says period here, and I'm like, no. No. Hold on a second. What period you talking about? Which one? Because there are several. But it's weird that Google's throwing up a slang word there. It's Google's done with the kids, yeah? Bjoin. You found it? Oh yeah. Wait, for real? Is it actually a thing? Are we learning? We're learning a thing? The kanji it's substituted means salt water? What? Oh my god, that's very interesting. Alright, this one. Ta?
Ta.
Ta, na, ha, wa. All of those ones. Hanata. Hanata. Wa as well. Ha, wa. I can't, my brain. She's not working. Shumatsuban. I can't tell you what it is though. I just know it from anime. I've heard it before. Shumatsu. Shumatsu. There's a word which is made up of the kanji for first and saltwater. Does it mean Shark Week? Oh my god, wait, it's a Genshin. There's a thing in Genshin called Shumatsuban. Is that what I'm thinking of? Is it the thing that Hazel works for? Oh, no, it's not. It's a ninjas. Isayu. What is the place that's, So I learned something without realizing that I learned something. It's called the End Squad. Translated from Chinese. Why did I learn that? Why did that stick in my brain?
Shoot.
Shoo. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shoo me? Did I read that right? Shoo me? Oh, hobby or pastime. There's also there's a restaurant called Shumi, Japanese cuisine. Oh, it's in the US. Why is it advertising this to me? It's in the US. You aren't getting any of these wrong? It's time. No. I'm a baby. Okay. Beep, 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 beep.
Beep.
Ah. What?
Wa.
Yes, I'm a baby potato. Cover me in butter and garlic and stick me in the oven. Goo.
Good.
See, I'm a baby. It's goo goo. Goo goo gaga? Yeah? We's a baby. Okay, it says we have 4 more for classic review. What? You don't put butter and garlic on your potatoes? Huh? Is it? No. Wait, you've never had... Man, butter is like a potato's best friend. Butter is a potato's best friend, but with garlic? Oh! Okay, I just like garlic, to be fair. But like, you can also make them crispy. So, I saw someone do it on like Instagram or something. You boil the potatoes first, so they're like mostly cooked. And then you smoosh them into the pan. Like, you grease the pan and then you smoosh the potatoes. And then you cover it in butter. But listen, garlic, so good. And then they get all nice and crispy in the oven. You've seen this letter everywhere. This one is so useless, we might as well call it Shinyan. Wait, this one? Is it,
G.
D? 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 You don't make it like D? It's not like hard, but yeah. Oh, you've never seen it? It's one of those weird ones because I don't know it either. But I just know because I know chi and the modifier, so that's, yeah, it's useless. So I remember chi because cha, right? But yeah, there's some sounds where they like it exists, but it's not like a usual sound, and that's one of them. Like that D sound. It's D, but it's kind of J at the same time, and it's a little bit confusing, I'm not gonna lie. This one, I have a very silly way of remembering it. Because there's someone standing behind this person. And it's a hoe. Oh. That one's a hoe. The extra person's the hoe. So that's how I remember that one. This one's easy. Remember we looked at this one earlier? There's the baby one and there's the big one. And then together, it's tsu. I told you I have to have silly stories to remember these things. Maybe that's why it takes me a while to read things, because I have to read the story in my brain before I can read before I can read the hiragana. Hopefully when I start learning the kanji, it's a little bit less story and it's a bit more recognition. I was using an app actually a while ago that was actually very useful because it was a game more than anything else. I don't think I still have it because they changed from a free version to a paid version, and I didn't want to pay for something that I didn't think I was going to stick with, which, funny enough, I didn't stick with. Looks like a track runner. Oh my god! So for poo, I remember poo. I think I said earlier, it looks like a poo to me. So it reminds me of a stinky poo. So that's why I remember it so easily. Because I'm all about them fart jokes and poo jokes, and if I type this, what pops up? Okay, never mind. That's another thing that I've said. There we go. Are you going to become a butthole doctor? It is very common for me to make poop and butt jokes and say things related to butts. And apparently dongs. I think this was referring to Zhongli though, to be fair. What else is there? Oh, there we go. There's another butthole one. When the butthole's gone, I don't recognize you because I'm so used to it. That was referring to the previous like the standard bit icons. Because once it gets to a certain point, all the bit icons look like buttholes. So someone lost their butthole, or they changed their butthole icon, and so I didn't recognize them. So yeah. Okay, let's focus. This one. Yeah. Hyuga! The Hyuga clan in Naruto, right? Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga. Next we do words. Thank you for the head pats. Alright, so apparently we're done. We got 38,000 points from doing the review of Hiragana. Let's see. I don't know if there's vocabulary. But let's have a look. There's a lot of things. Kanji's a little bit hard. I've only done a little bit. I don't know what this one has. Hi, Hassan. I need to eat soonish. So Naruto-kun is my son, Hassan. Basic kanji? Should we look at this one? I don't know, man. I'm alright, Hassan. Imagine eating, Hassan. Please. Aka.
Aka.
Aka. Does aka, or maybe it's a different aka, mean baby as well? Aka-chan means a baby. This one's easy though. Aka.
Akarui.
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 Akarui. Hi, Fluffs. Hello, hello. Ohio. Because babies are kind of red. Wait, really? Is that why? That means I'm a baby. I'm always red. The natural color of my face is red. Akarui. Akarui.
Akarui.
Akarui. Aka-chan. Aka. Oh. Aka-chan. It actually means baby. I had no idea. I thought it was kind of just like a cute thing to call them. Like a, almost like a nickname kind of thing. Huh. That's pretty interesting. Okay. Aka, aka,
Aka.
aka. Akarui.
Akarui.
Ano ne. Aka oni-chan. Don't know what to say. Ano ne.
Akarui.
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 Ano.
Amari.
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 Amari. Amari. Anmari. Not very. Remainder. I don't know if I understand this one. Amari. With the negative verbs. You tried Japanese once, but you gave up. I think it is a little bit... A close second is eto. With a negative sentence to mean not much. So, like, it's saying, like not, like... Would it be like, Like, not too bad? Like, it's not too bad? You need to fix your English skill issue first. Then learn Spanish? Oh my goodness. I mean, I think Spanish, if you learn English, I think Spanish might be a little bit easier. Because I can follow some things in Spanish. Because English just stole from all the languages. You don't like potato... Potato... ga... Amari... I don't know the kanji after that. Potato ga... Amari... Ski? Ski janai. Potato ga... That's a lie. I love potatoes. Potato... 好きだよ. Ah. It is the biggest lie. Potatoes are amazing. I say that saying is having potato in my name. Okay, Amari. Amari. 好きじゃない. %8 similarity between Arabic and Spanish. Oh! That's crazy. Jordan this. What is that? Why can't I read that last one? Jordan? Jordan this? Wait, why can't I recognize this one? Fuck! Yo? This yo! God damn it. Thank you. Jordan this yo! See, now if it was spoken, I would have instantly understood, but to read it, it takes me so long. Yeah, I know Jordan. It's they say it in anime a lot. That's the only reason I know it. That's why I say listening skills, good. Reading skills, poo poo. Sumimasen! Why are you sorry? Don't be sorry, be careful. Ano.
あまり
Amari.
あんまり
Amari.
あまりあんまり
ポテトがあまり好きじゃない。冗談ですよ。Potato reads way faster than when I started reading words? No ways! You thought it meant something else? No. Sumimasen. Sumimasen is, sorry. You're reading kanji, katakana, and hiragana all at once? Yeah, it's a little bit overwhelming with the kanji in it as well. I only know some kanji, like I was learning like mom, dad, friend, watashi wa, nihon. Let's see, what is this one? Ohayo. Ohayo gozaimasu. Is it? Gozaimasu. Yes, ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo gozaimasu, Naruto-kun. O genki desu ka? How are you? Yeah, the kanji is scary. Akka. Thank you for that trick, by the way. Remembering that the O has got the little dash, I think that's helping me to differentiate. Which is like such a small thing to think, but like it actually works. E. Yoi. E. Yoi. Amari. Genki ka? It's a line from Genshin? Yeah? Who says it? Wait, there's a character that's confusing me again. See, this is why I think that I still need to practice. Because I can see no, but I don't know this one. Genki ka? Na? No. I don't know if it's also because it's... I made the text bigger, but it's still hard to see. Na? Naino? What is... Naino? Genki ka? Naino? No? I.
いい、
いいですね。
明るい、
明るい。
明るい、
Barbara says it. Really? I need to play in Japanese again.
良い、
良い。Ah. ないの？元気か？ないの？元気か？ Okay. Thank you. I'll try and remember that.
良い、あまり、
あまり。
あまり、あんまり。
I wish they... So this one doesn't really force you to learn the kanji. It's visible, but it's not always there. い、
良い、
赤、
赤、
赤ちゃん、baby. Oh no, that's too long. That's also got katakana, Hassan.
Careful now. This thing is powerful.
That beginning part is too long. Something... What? No, it's too long. You play League? Oh, the... The first one's the... Yes, the son does play League. Oh, I'm gonna put it as Busy Bee. Actually, we're not gonna set a goal for now. We're just gonna be casual. Can we play League? You stopped hating yourself? Good, good. His son is young. He still has to learn that lesson. It's not good for your mental health. Aka.
Aka.
Aka-chan. Because of Atrox? Oh, man. Ano. Mama Morgana. Can I go? Oh, I can't. Aka.
Aka.
Atrox release in what? In lore? Akarui. Oh, Legends of Runeterra. Ano ne. I wanna be able to speak some like very simple Japanese before we go to Japan, because I keep telling Ray that I really want to go to Japan, and for whatever reason I thought for a while that he didn't want to go, but he wants to travel abroad for the first time to an English-speaking country first, just so he has like, he feels more comfortable with the process. When are you traveling? Oh, no idea, to be honest. But yeah, it's something that I've wanted to do for a long time. Hi, Kitty! Hello. How are you? You want to be pera pera first and prank the crap out of some Japanese people? Oh my goodness! Wait, what's a pera pera? I only know peri peri. What's pera pera? Do you know peri peri? Tell him to come to Jordan where no one speaks English. Son, you speak English. It's okay. Oh, fluent? Oh my goodness, that would be very funny. I'm doing good, kitty. We're having fun. I think we're having fun. I want to start doing this. Maybe Tuesdays and Thursdays. We'll have Japanese lesson before we play any games. Aka-chan. Aka-chan is a baby. Iie is no. Yamete kudasai. Please stop. Good words to know. Do you know peri peri? Do you know peri peri? It's not a Japanese word. Yeah? Okay, let's do that then. You gonna... Oh! Yes, Hassan, please go to class. Akarui.
明るい
Ano. No.
あの
Peri peri, like the
Ano.
seasoning? Exactly. Exactly. That is exactly what I meant. It's apparently not a thing in America. When I was told that, I was like, what do you mean? It's just a flavor, it's just a seasoning. It's just a... You gotta have it, man. You're gonna spam it until your gift sub ends? Yes! It's very cute, you should. Just spam it everywhere. Ah, well, hopefully you get caught in a... You get caught in a gift sub. So you can get it again. This one's Amari.
あまりあんまりいい
I.
良いいい
Yoi.
良い
Where is it? Akarui.
明るい
Akarui. I.
いい良い
Yoi. Ammari.
あまりあんまり
And again. Amari.
あまりあんまり
Amari. No. Let's set busy bee. We can do busy bee.
1
Ichi. Ichiban Saikyo. The best. Number 1. No. No. Imoto.
妹
Little sister. Imoto. I have Imoto. I have Ototo as well, little brother. And One-san, older sister. I don't have Oni-chan. Imoto. You see, but my knowledge is also from anime. My knowledge is also
1
from anime. My listening skills are very good. Imoto.
妹
Anime.
さら
Anime. I say anime like a white person, because when I say anime, it sounds like I'm tryharding. Anime. Me. It sounds weird, right? What is this? Osara?
お皿
Osara? Thank you for the head pat, Kitty. How's load shedding for you today, Kitty? I know you had to cancel something on your streams. Was it yesterday with Johnny? I saw he was playing
Cup of water?
them
You look
Hi,
thirsty
Dwayne!
as fuck
I actually
right
have
now.
water today. I'm just gonna finish my coffee though. Because I had a sip left, and then I can drink some more water. Thank you for the hydrate. Kinda random to throw in plate. We're gonna tell our little sister to fetch the plate for us or something. Yeah. Oh, the co-op yesterday? It's better today. Oh, nice. They changed the Yes, they changed it to stage 2 today. So, like, I actually don't have load shedding today. Hooded, if you don't mind me asking, where are you from again? Osara.
お皿
Osara.
お皿
I've never come across this word before. To fetch is already kind of hard to say. Fuck. Well, maybe we can say my sister is a plate. Motte kite. Motte kite. Motte kite. It is kind of hard. Motte kite. Oh, you're from India? Oh, wait, you're really close to to Japan, then you can just walk there. You should definitely just walk to Japan. Just take an oxygen tank with you. Just saying you might need one. You're skipping this afternoon? You have tonight. Oh, man, 10 o'clock. Listen, any between 8 and midnight, I hate that. Hooded, I'm sure you, if you're from Sid's stream, you know what load shedding is, right? The only reason I asked was because I was like, listen, I'm just talking here about load shedding. Is it a weird thing, or do you know what I'm saying? Hi, smallest owl! I really hope this is not the Duolingo owl. Because I'm not prepared to be roasted for missing lessons. You do know load shedding. Okay, perfect. You can't relate, but you get it? Okay, perfect. Osara!
Osara.
Okay. Saikyo!
Ichi.
Oh, ichi. My bad. Yeah, it's pretty dumb, but, you know. Osara!
Osara.
Sara and chi. Oji-san. You. Whoa! Hooded, you in the future, man. That's pretty cool. Is Duolingo pretty good for Japanese? You're not the Duolingo owl, you're his younger brother. Duolingo's ototo. Damn! I can never keep up with Duolingo. Duolingo just harasses me and I get overwhelmed and I close it. And I turn off notifications. Oji-san!
Oji-san. Oji-san.
Oji-san. This is easy. This is... If you can recognize the sun and chan at the ends of words, it becomes a lot easier to recognize when you're trying to read faster. If you can recognize sun, then the rest just comes naturally. It's too repetitive. Ah. None of the apps are good for learning, but they are good for practice. Ah. So I kind of need the repetition sometimes. Reading helped you the most? Maybe I need to try that. But this memorize, I use this. This has actually been very useful for learning. It's the thing that kept my attention for the longest. Imoto.
Imoto.
Oji-san.
Oji-san.
Ichi.
Ichi.
Saikyo!
Osara.
That's why you still use it to get it. Ah, but learning still happens first elsewhere. Ah. What was this?
Osara.
Osara. The plate. the kanji looked like prison bars. I didn't get to show you guys, but it looked like prison bars. So it's o and prison bars because the plate belongs in prison because it doesn't belong in this vocabulary here. Anyway, continuing.
Imoto.
Imoto. That one's easy. I need to learn the kanji though. Yeah, Kitty, you as well. I hope you're having a good day. Osara, I didn't say it because I thought you wouldn't know. Yeah, definitely. I just saw it like sometimes it shows the kanji. Oji-san.
Oji-san. Osara.
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 Well, now I'm never gonna forget that, Hooded, because it's honestly so silly. Oji-san.
Oji-san.
Cow's milk. Gyunyu.
Ototoi. Issakujitsu. Ototsui.
Eh? Day before yesterday.
Ototoi. Issakujitsu. Ototsui.
Ototoi. Ototoi. I have a friend called Toto. I have two friends called Toto. One is just Toto, Toto stuck. The other one is Toileto-chan. We call him Toto for short. Ototoi. Ototo. Ototsui. Ototsui. Issakujitsu. Issakujitsu.
Ototoi. Issakujitsu. Ototsui.
Issakujitsu. Issakujitsu.
Ototoi. Issakujitsu. Ototsui.
Ototsui. I know this is day. But I can't see... Hold on, wait. Why is it only 70%? Let's make it bigger. What the heck? Why I've been learning in itty-bitty scribblies. Fucking... It looks like a mess, right? I had it on 70%. I had it so small. Why? It just looked like a mess. Okay, now I can read it a little bit better. Oh, birthday! Is it your birthday today, kitty? Oh my god. Also baffles me why you need to use honorifics for a plate. To respect the food that's going on the plate, maybe? I don't know. Because I know you use it for food. The kanji for gyunyu, made up of kanji for cow and bread. No! Who did... Take that back. Delete your message, please. Oh, it's still coming? When is it, kitty? The app made it easy. I do it every day since the private No ways! So you are Duolingo's little brother. Oh no. Your older brother is scary. He is pretty scary. Ototoi. Wait.
Ototoi. Isakujitsu.
Oh, I see. Isaku. Yeah. Isakujitsu. 4,027? On the 21st? Okay, I'll be away at that time, kitty, but I will try to remember. I'll try and stick that in the noodle. That's so exciting. Do you have some plans? Also, what are you studying, Smaller Style? Isakujitsu. Is this a kid-friendly? Oh, no. I was just saying that was information. That was, like, information I didn't want to know. Cow breast. It makes it kind of weird that we drink milk. I think especially in the West, we're very like, well, I say West, I live in Africa, but in any case, the Western world is very disconnected from the food that they eat. So like, I know in some parts of Africa, and in fact, even in South Africa, like they'll slaughter animals, like for a wedding, for example. I think, it was a, I want to say it was a cow or a sheep. I can't remember now, but I remember being at a wedding and I got to see like the whole carcass and I was like, whoa, that's kind of weird. Because, you know, the in inverted commas West, they just go to the supermarket and buy shit, yeah? Russian and French and a bit of English? Damn! What is your mother tongue, Smaller Style? What do you speak? You don't need Duolingo for English. Your plans are kind of in the air at the moment. I mean, that's fair. It's a while away. Ah, thank you for the follow, Smaller Style. Welcome to the posse. But yes, I think the West is a little bit disconnected from their food. So just thinking that you're drinking cow boob juice, which is what I used to call it when I was younger. Cow boob juice. It makes sense, but it's also kind of weird. You have time? Yeah. The chicken and egg dish in Japan is called... literally made up of the kanji for parent and child. Wait! I'm scared to Google it, but I'm gonna Google it on another page and then I will pull it over. Oyakadon, chicken and gross ball. I don't know this dish though. Oyakadon. Is it like a scrambled egg kind of? Scrambled children and mom. Oh, Malay? Oh, wow. Goodness. That's really cool, though. Have you been enjoying your studies? You really enjoy languages? I enjoy languages as well. But I'm pretty boring native English speaker. when people find out you speak English, or like if they know English, they'd rather just speak English to you than so I feel like if I travel to Japan, maybe someone would just try and speak English to me rather than let me struggle with my broken Japanese. You have seen it? I haven't. It looks kind of like comfort food, to be honest. Like something your mom would make. You enjoy it, but you take a break from the speaking part? Ah, yeah. I think, maybe speaking can be a little bit much. Okay, so this is day before yesterday. So before day? Is that like, would that be before day? I need to try and remember. So like, oh wait, there's like a tiny day. So day before. Okay. God, I happened to click on the stream today. Yeah. I've been meaning to try this because I love languages. I love learning, but it can be a little bit overwhelming. And kind of difficult as well, like if you don't have someone to talk to or someone to practice with. Oh, and Kitty, you're looking for something different to do? Like to celebrate your birthday? You like to do different things? Yeah, I like doing things that I've done before and I know that I enjoy. So maybe I'm a little bit boring for that. Kino. Ototoi. Kino. Why do those look exactly the same? Is the line the difference?
おととい、一昨日、おとつい。
Oh, the line is the... Oh, I see. So... Yeah, that's something maybe I need to stick in the old noodle. So, one yesterday, so... Yesterday minus a day. Was this?
おととい、一昨日、
おととい、
おとつい。
day before yesterday.
おととい、一昨日、おとつい。
Itotsi. That's the other one.
おととい。
Oh, this is the same one.
おととい。
That was weird.
一昨日、おとつい。
They're very persistent with this one. Day before yesterday. And I'm just like, hey man, I already said I'm a busy bee. What the heck? Did I not click that last time? I thought I did. Wow, so many. Your favorite one.
お皿。
お皿。あ1。一番最強。1。You speak Japanese? You were forced... Oh, you were forced to do it in school? I can understand that. I had to learn Afrikaans, which... I don't know if other people around the world would know that language, because it's a language we use really only in South Africa, but... We had to learn it all the way until the end of high school. So, like... Unfortunately, I do know it. But yeah. Try reading all the words in the options. Oh! Isu. Ichi. Ike. Ikimasu. Imoto. Ichi. Oji-san. Oku. Oya. Ocha. Ocha is tea. Isu means chair. Ike? Ike means lake. Because I say ikimasu all the time. Ikimasu means let's go. Chinese, Japanese, French, and English? That's crazy. Is there a reason why you have to learn so many languages? We had very limited, like, because like I said, like native English speakers, so like we learned that as we had first language, which was English, and even people who didn't speak English as their first language had to learn it that way, because it was like we called it like English medium school. Ikimasu. I say ikimashou sometimes as well. Did I read these ones? Oji-san, oku, ocha, tea. Yeah, that is intense. That's a lot of languages. And like, okay, Chinese, I think Chinese and Japanese, like there's some similarities between them. But French and English, damn, French is hard, man. I had a friend who did French in university. Like every time she would like practice with me, she would like talk to me, I would be so overwhelmed because it was so weird. English medium schools plus 2 other languages, 1 regional and 1 national. God damn, everyone learns at least 3. I wish we had more languages at school. Like, I complain about Afrikaans, but we have like a lot of African languages that would have been great. I studied isiZulu for a year or 2 in university, and that was fun. But unfortunately, there's a lot of words in isiZulu that's written in a similar way to Japanese words, and so I would mix them up. Which, because I was learning them at the same time. That was a bad idea. Oh, do you know those clicky languages? So the one that I learned, isiZulu, is a clicky language. But I'll be honest, I can't remember too much. But like isiXhosa, it's also got the same ones. Xhosa and Zulu are similar. And the language Xhosa has got the click in it. So the X is, and the C is, and then the Q, which I really struggle with, it's like a very big click. You almost click with your whole tongue on the ceiling of your mouth. I really fucking struggle to do the sound. So yeah, it's, and so that is like the C, is the Q, is the X. So like Tolani, Tolisa, those are names. My hometown's name was changed to something with a Q, but I struggle to make the Q sound in a word. So I can make the Q, but I can't make it in the word rather. It was quite difficult. Did you not do isiZulu in school? I didn't. I did it in university. We had to do like another language, and since my major was already English, like I didn't care. I didn't care to do it. You moved to Australia and forced to do Japanese from grade 1 through to grade 6, and then French from grade 7. Oh wow! And English since you moved to... That's intense, Owl. Oh, Chinese? Oh, Chinese instead of Japanese? Yeah, I was also confused. Okay, wait. How did I didn't Ototoi. This is day before yesterday, but I think I read the rest. Oji-san, oku. Ah, instead of Japanese. Okay, and then ocha. Ototoi. Isakujitsu. Ototsui. Osara. Osara. Imoto. Imoto. Also, I saw I got a lurkies from Toto just now. Thank you for the lurkies, Toto. Also, guys, you see this hoodie that I'm wearing? I'm wearing the same one IRL. If you've seen my face cam streams, maybe you've seen it. The jail plate. Oh, Sara! Oh, Sara! Sara!
오사라.
You're gonna be lurking? No worries, enjoy your foodies. I need to actually eat as well. I haven't eaten today. What is this song? There's like a weird breathing in it. I just want to switch that. Yeah. Okay. Grade 3 onwards to matric. It was English, Afrikaans, and damn, Yoda! That's really cool. Do you know some other clicky words? Because I unfortunately don't remember. isiZulu. So isiZulu refers to the language. But a lot of people will just say Zulu, but the proper way to refer to it is isiZulu. Same with isiXhosa. isiXhosa. You can't remember? So Zulu is not a place. It's like a ethnicity. It's that group of people. It's like a not clan, like tribe. Sawubona. That's hello, but I think it's to one person. Sambonani is like hello to everyone. Sambonani. Konnichiwa minasan. That's a hello everyone. Yeah, so that we have 11 official languages in South Africa. But I couldn't name all of them. Unjani is how are you? I don't know how to respond. Sambonani. We are learning Japanese. We are. Ngisapile wena unjani. Ngisapile. I'm good? Is that I'm good? Wena is you. Unjani. So asking back to the person. Wena unjani. Or we also say wena when we're like shouting at someone, like you, like hey you, wena. It's a laugh, right? The W's. Also, hi despair. Oh, so it is I'm good. Okay. Yeah, well, I studied that like 8 years ago. A long time ago. Oh! Something disconnected. Okay. Oji-san, but what are the rest of these? Okina? Whoa! It's a laugh. It comes from the word for laugh or smile. Ah! I don't know. That's a little bit hard for me to read smaller style. Sorry. Zulu was much easier than Afrikaans. Agreed. Big agree. Is it my mic? Or... Wait a second. No, my mic is still in. The sound didn't change, did it? But I see my VTuber's not opening her mouth when I speak, so... Hi, Mao. Mao, you first. Pretty sure they said I'm gonna eat your dog. What the heck? Oh, we did it again. What the fuck? I mean, it's still showing that it's using the mic, but for some reason... My mouth is not moving! I wonder if I can just restart the app. Ah! Next year I will finally learn a new language. Just need to decide what language. Ooh, what are the options? I just want to restart VTuber Kit and see. You guys are just gonna have to pardon. It has now evolved into a kanji. Oh, it's working again. What the fuck? Which is the kanji for grass because Kusa? Kusa is grass. I know Kuma. Kuma is cloud, but it's also bear. So Kuma is a bear cloud. Kusa, like Kusanali. Oh my god. Grass-chan. Kusa-chan. I call her Nana though. Because I wanted a cute nickname for her. Okay. Okina? Otoko? I know that word. Otoko? I need to eat though. Otoko? Kumo? Kuma! Ah, thank you. Oh, the one I was thinking of was kami. Kami is two meanings. Kami is paper. No, it's paper, hair, and God, I think. Kami. Thank you, Hooded. Kuma. Kumo. Thank you. Oh, it's gold? Oh, sorry, no, God. You did say God. You read God twice. It's hair as well, right? What is otoko? Why does it sound familiar? Japanese looks fun to learn. I mean, I enjoy it. Japanese, German, and Arabic. Oh, despair. I've heard that Arabic is actually quite difficult to learn. All right, and then the last one. Oki? Otoko means what? Ah, thank you. Hair, God, and paper. So the kanji is different, but the... Omeo. Oh. That's why I recognized it, but I didn't know the word. Oji-san.
Oji-san. Ototoi.
The kanji for...
Ototsui.
Ototsui. The kanji for hair looks all messed up. It's kind of like hair.
Ototoi.
Ototoi.
Ototsui.
Ototoi.
Ototoi. Issakujitsu. Ototsui.
Imoto. 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 Ototoi. Totoi.
Ototoi. Issakujitsu.
Issakujitsu. Ototsui. Oji-san. Oji-san.
Oji-san.
Oji-san. Ah? もう一回。Oji-san.
Oji-san.
Genshin has the kanji for God in it. God impact. I wonder what does Genshin mean then? Okay, we're gonna have an ad in about 5 minutes, and that's when I will go be right back and get myself something to eat. Okay, again.
Ototoshi.
Ototoshi. Ototoi. Ototoshi. Ototoshi. Ototoi. Ototoshi.
Ototoshi. Issakunen.
Issakunen. The year before last. Issakunen. Ototoshi.
Oba-san.
Oba-san! We all know Oba-san. Oba-san. I think the word Genshin is supposed to be a reference to the unknown god. First kanji means meadow origin. Ah, original god. Oba-san.
さん
Oba. You see, do you guys remember Oji-san? San. Oji-san. Oba-san.
おととし一昨年
Totoshi. Isakunen?
おととし一昨年おととし一昨年和さん
Oba-san.
和さん
Oba-san.
お弁当
Obento? I know this one. Obento. Obento. Obento.
帰る
Kaeru. Go home.
帰る
I wanna kaeru. JK Lola, I'm home. Oba-san. Oba-san. Longer eyes, grandma. Oba-san. Oba-san. Like that? A longer A. Kaeru.
帰る
Kaerimasu. Obento.
お弁当
Oji-san. Oji. Oji-san. Is it also grandpa? So when someone says baba, they mean like baba is grandma and Gigi will be grandpa.
帰る
Kaeru.
帰る
Ototoshi.
おととし一昨年
Ah. Kaeru.
帰る
Gama. Konnichiwa, Gama-chan. Oba-chan.
和さん
Oh, Oba-san. Not Oba-chan. Me, I'm Oba-chan. Duolingo stream? Oh! We can. I'm scared of Duolingo, though. You're also learning? Woo! Very nice. Kata.
肩
Kata.
肩
Kata. What, you had that other friend the one time, Gama. I was watching your stream. Fonon-chan? She's very cute. Kata.
肩
Yeah, Fonon! She's very cute. Has she been streaming? Or, I think, does she stream on YouTube? You played that really cute game. Where you had to co-op. She makes music? Oh! I think I followed her on Twitter. What did he say? Kaeri.
帰る
Kaeru.
帰る
Oh, she streamed once? Oh, man.
肩
Kata? Oh, no! I wish she'd stream more. Yeah, I do too.
肩
Kata?
和さん
Oba-san.
お弁当
Obento. Okay, the ad's gonna start soon, guys. Kata.
肩
So we're gonna finish this quick. We got to 40
おととし
seconds.
一昨年
Year before
おと
last.
とし
Ototoshi.
一昨年
Ototoshi. Polite person.
肩
Kata.
お弁当
Obento.
お弁当
So this is a website called Memrise. It's very good. I love it. Okay, wait. I'm gonna pop the ad quick. I need to go fetch food. Quick. We're gonna do ad break, and I'll be back in a smidge. Yes. Why didn't I pick a butthole? Did you guys see that? What did he just do? Did you guys see that? Money, 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 money. Make an offering. See, but I like it. A pussy tight, pussy free, pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Why you read? Because it was funny. Russian, that scares me. Oh! Me scary? Never. I'm not scary. I'm fluffy and soft and squishy. Very squishy. But vote. Vote in the poll, please. And I don't... Hello, I'm back. Oh, Gamma had to go. Gamma's also a really cool streamer. Gamma, 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 Gamma. Very, very cool. High production quality. Her streams are a vibe. And her branding is on point. She plays all kinds of things. So it's kind of hard to say exactly what Gamma plays. Oh. But yeah, she plays... I was watching her the one time. I think it was like an anniversary stream or something. She was playing, what was it, like Rubber Duck Simulator or something? It was something to do with rubber ducks. It was very silly, but also very good. I have cold pizza for lunch. Because cold pizza is amazing. Alright, let's go. Obento.
Obento.
I was supposed to read the other words. Whoops. There's that Okina again. Oku. Oh, this is our word. Obasan. Oto-san, little brother.
Wasan.
Oto-san. Okina. Oku. Imagine watching ads. Also, I saw that earlier. Alright, there was messages I missed. Oh my goodness. If Gamma could meet Funon-chan, that would be so cute. Okay, we said Oto-san. Oto-san? That's a father. Did I read that wrong earlier? Oto-san. Okina. Oku. Ototoshi.
Ototoshi. Issakunen.
Issakunen. Kaeri. You want to tell people to get out your face. Kaeru. Go back home. Kasa? Kasa is umbrella. Kaimono? Kaimono? Animal? Kaimono? Beast? Kaimono? Kaimono? No, shopping? Huh? Am I insane? I think so. Kai is to buy, mono is... Oh, kaimono. Kaibutsu! Kaibutsu. I sound like a crazy person here. Kaibutsu. Monster! Butsu? Whoa! Is the same thing as mono thing? Kaibutsu is monster. Or evil spirit. Apparition. Yokai. Kaku? Ah! That's interesting. Two readings of the same kanji. Oh my god. Every kanji has at least two at least. Kaeru. Ototoshi. Ototoshi.
おととし、
はい
一昨年、
一昨年。
おばさん、
おばさん。おばさん。
おばさん、
おととし。
おととし、一昨年、
一昨年。帰る。
帰る、
When is the original Chinese reading?
When.
Oh! But you still have to know both? Oh, this is the worst news. This is the worst news of today. Obento.
お弁当、
Obento. 帰る。
帰る、
帰る。買う貸す買った川 What is this one? Ha. You see, this is why I say I need to practice. Kunyomi, onyomi. Oh.
型、
The two different readings? Oh. Oh, ばさん、
おばさん、
おばさん、おじさん、お父さん、お母さん、型、
型、
お弁当、お弁当、
お弁当、
型、
型、
Where am I? I'm number 21. Oh, no. I didn't want that.
川、
Kawa? Kawagawa? So Kawagawa is river. The kanji. The kanji is just a river. Kawa? Gawa? Kawa? How do you know which one to use?
川、川、
Kawagawa?
汚い、
Kitanai. Kitanai. Ishigawa has the kanji. Kawa. Kawa. Transformed version. Oh. So if it's used with something, it's kawa by itself, but gawa if it's like got a friend. One thing that makes me cringe is that when I was in Japan, nobody thought my name was funny. Wait, why is your name funny? My old cosplay name was Natsu because my name is Natalie, but my friends call me Nats or Nat. So like, if a Japanese person were to try and say, they would say natsu. And even now, I've joined some Japanese streamers chats, and they will say natsu-san. But I tell them to call me Teito. Mao? Oh, Mao Kami. Oh no! In some cases, oh no. Kitanai.
Kitanai.
汚い
Kitanai.
Kitanai. The devil? Oh my goodness.
Kitanai.
The devil god? Oh. Kawa.
川川
Kawa. Kitanai.
Kitanai.
Oh, I haven't been reading the other ones. Fuck!
9
Cute!
9
Cute!
9
Cute!
9
Cute. So this one would be ku, right? But we say Q 9. Q. Fuck you. Fuck you. 今何時ですか? Coded. 今何時ですか? I learned the numbers, the kanji for the numbers at some point, but I don't know if I'll remember them. Kitanai.
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 9
Q. Q. Q.
9 9
Okay, let's read this time. Oh no, wait, it's fucking... Never mind. Anyway, kawa.
川川
Ah!
川川
I got bamboozled! I didn't see there was... My life is a lie. Oh no, I can't read that. Why did I ask? The kanjis, man. The kanjis got me. Yeah, I learned them at some point, but now I've forgotten them. Okay, so it's river. I knew it was river, but I clicked on the wrong river, so I'm glad.
川川
Cool.
Kitanai.
4? It's 4 o'clock? Yonjiku? Sai desu. Yonjiku? Ah. Is that about? I think I learned a little bit about reading the time. Gurai? Ah, I didn't see... Ah, gurai. Ah, I misread. Gurai. Yonji gurai desu. Yonji gurai. I misread that. I read it as sai because the... Yeah. Ra, sa, and... Chi. Chi, cha, chu. The symbols look very similar to me, so I sometimes mix them up. My brain gets lazy because I saw the E, so I was like, oh yeah, sai. Anyway. Gurai. So, do they have like a half past? Or do they use gurai to say it like about? Alright, what was this one?
Kitanai.
Kitanai.
汚いキログラム
Kilogram. 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 Oh, this is the cow one. This is the cow. There's half past. And you put it after the hour. Okay. I guess it's not 1/2 yet. Kilo, gram. Hachichi han. 8-hour half. Oh, hanbu, half. Han. Ah. Ooh. Kilogram. Gram. Kilo.
kilogram.
Kilogram. Huh? Q. Oh, that's such a cute kanji. This is so cute. I want to put it in my pocket. Hanbun, which means half. Ah. Hachiji han. Kilogram. Okay, so katakana. I haven't studied katakana in too long. Hajime. What is this one? Hajime. Ni? Megaku. Megaku. Megaku? Kilogram. Oh wait, that's our answer. Kilometer. Hajime ni. Ah. Hajime ni. Oh, like when you start? The first point? You're having so much fun. I'm glad. I'm having fun. I wasn't planning on studying for this long, but it's actually been a lot of fun. Hajime ni. Hajime means to start. Oh, yeah. I think I learned that. I did judo when I was younger. Before the sensei stole our money and disappeared, you know. I think he taught us like hajime and counting to 10 or something. But I honestly don't remember. It was a very long time ago. Primary school, goddamn. I was itty bitty, small bean. Kilo. That's me. Is this like kilometer? An itty bitty actual baby potato. Smaller. Oh my god, Mao, I can't believe you've done this. I wonder if my body knew it was going to be small when I was still small. If it was like, yeah, I'm done now. I'm done baking. Kilogram. Kawa. Let's not get bamboozled again by kawa. You're also kind of small. How small is small? I'm 157. Kilogram. Imagine my disappointment when I couldn't grow anymore when I started. No! The ship has sailed. The ship has sailed, Mamo. That's really small. Wow. Wow. I'm 10 centimeters smaller than you. Listen, my only aspiration when I was younger was to be 1'6". And I couldn't even achieve that, so... yeah, the rest of my life has been a waste. I never achieved my only goal as a kid. Was to reach 1'6", man. The average for women in South Africa is 1'5'9", I think. I couldn't even meet the average. Like, goddamn. Imagine being below average height. Ugh. It sucks to be me. I think for men it's... Is it 1'6'8"? I don't know. I can't remember. Dan, why are you coming in here? Just to laugh at me for being little? How could you? How tall are you, Dan, actually? You peepos in the north is very, very long. Y'all got all the height over there. It's because it's so cold there, you need to grow out of the snow. 184! You're like basically the same height as Jargon. We should just cut you off with the knees. You don't need all that extra height, yeah? I don't even want to be like Chris height. Yeah, Chris is very tall. You want to be average male size. But averages are different around the world, right? Like I said, the South African. The thing is, I don't know. Do I count as the South African one because I was raised here? Or because I have British blood, I need to look at the British ones? I don't know how much taller they are, but anyway. This one is cute. I think I said that already and I just didn't click on it. Did it say anything?
Kilogram.
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 Kawa.
Kilometer.
Kilometer. Turu. Kilometer. Kilo. See, now, it's the same problem in English, right? We say kilo. Like, which one is it? Kilometer? Kilogram? But I guess context for the sentence, you'll know. Kilo. To be fair, kilo is a lot easier to learn than kilometer. Kilometer. I feel like people wouldn't say this. It's such a mouthful. Just say kilo. Kilometer. Kilometer. Meter. Toru. Kilometer.
Kilometer.
Too many.
Kilometer. Kilometer.
I recognize the me. Because for both of the me in katakana and hiragana, it feels like you're lazy, so you just make a scribble. You're just like, okay, I'm done. Me, I'm done. Oops.
Kilometer.
21 now. Shit, bitch. Oh. Kitanai. Oh, I forgot to read the rest. Ah! Okay. Cute. Okay, well, there's our answer. Kitte. I know kitte. Most of the katakana are simplified versions of the hiragana. Yeah, I have noticed that. I have, like, ki is very, Ki is basically the same. They just cut the bum off the bottom, right? Hi, Meg! Hello. How are you? Kitte. Kipu? The emojis have, yeah, all of them will have Christmas hats. If they pop up on the screen, they'll have Christmas hats. Kipu is tickets. Okay. Because you want to keep it in your pocket to keep it safe. Keep it safe. Oh, thank you for the follow, Meg. Welcome to the posse. I'm sure a Japanese person would not be impressed with these silly ways that I have to remember things. I love Barbara with the hat. That's very cute. All right. Kirui? Kirui? America. Oh, wait, I don't know those last ones. American. After American, I can't. I remember the P is ah. Because when I tried to study it before, I was like, why is the P an ah? Who thought that was a good idea? So I've squished it into my brain. And me. I remember me. That one's easy. G. America. America-jin? What is... America... Do you know there's a lot of those like smiley face emoji? Or not emoji. Smiley face. Smiley face. Jordan? And joke. Joke? American joke. Even though I'm not American. Okay. Q. I almost said casa. No. Kawa. This is casa. Umbrella. Kawa. Kata. Polite person. Umbrella. River. There we go. Kaimono. Shopping. Kawa. Oh, yes. Them smileys. I love them. They're so cute. But telling the difference between some of them sometimes. Impossible. What did she say? Kawa. Aka-chan. Kilogramu. Hajime ni. Mainichi. Every day? Mainichi. Dewa. Then? Oh, be right back, guys. Sorry, my dog's being a pain. Because, his dad is going out to go fetch his pain pills. What did we say? This one. Kilogramu. Me when eating sweets. Yes, Mau Mau. Exactly. What kind of sweets do you like, Mau Mau? Oh no! Q. What kind of sweets do I not like? Wait, really? Oh, wait, what did you say? Kitanai? Kitanai. Kilometer. It's very hard to say. My favorite kanji is probably... It means rain. Ame? Ame is sweets and rain. Sweet rain, I think. Ame. Or they're similar. Oh, it did the thing again. Oh, you see, my mouth has stopped moving. I don't know why it's doing that, to be honest. And now it's... What the heck, man? Why does it do that? Hello, my dog. Hello, my sweet boy. What do you want? Can you guys hear the tippy taps? Yes, my baby. Hello. Did Dad go out? He didn't take you with? How rude. How could he? He left you here with me? Oh, I'm sorry. I have a husky. Give him Becky. I definitely can. Ad is starting soon. Let me go. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if you can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. I can't even explain my way out of that, I'm sorry. Fart bender indeed. See, but I like it. A pussy tight, pussy free, pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Ah! My mouth is still not working. And you, what do you want? I literally just gave him a biscuit and he came back. Ame means candy and rain. It's slightly noticeably different how you're supposed to say it. Ah. So it's the intonation on the word? I just want to restart. Hello, my darling. I just gave you a Bicky. What do you want from me? It sounds like your mouth is working. Thank you, Dan. It is working. Ame? 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 Like that? You gave me a biscuit without... how am I supposed to show the face, Mal? I'm VTubing today. What do you mean, sir? Please, give me peace. Oh my god. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Dunk! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. Oh my goodness. Thank you for that bomb-ass raid there. God damn. My brain is no worky right now. But welcome, welcome, raiders. How was your stream, Dunk? What were you up to today? Let's have a looky looks, shall we? Eh? Oh, I did it. God damn it. Did you have a good time? Are you learning Japanese? I'm trying. I'm trying my best. Oh, it says just chatting. Were you just chatting today? You were just having a chill sesh with the peepos? But also, welcome, welcome. My name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. And, yeah, I do a lot of things. I sometimes face cam. I sometimes do the VTuber thing. I play mostly Genshin Impact, but I'm wanting to start studying Japanese again. So, yeah. Oh, you're playing Zelda? Oh, are you enjoying it? Have you played other Zelda games before? Also, if you need to run, no worries. No internet, Dino? You're my favorite game. My whole... In the whole of the internet, my favorite game is, what is he called? Steve? I actually don't know what the dinosaur's name is. It's your first ever Zelda, the 1998 one? Damn! That's really cool. I bought Breath of the Wild, but unfortunately Animal Crossing came out just afterwards. So, well, like, when I got my Switch just before Animal Crossing came out. And so Animal Crossing kind of took over my whole life for several months. Several hundreds of hours later, and I still have not played Breath of the Wild. I will do it someday. I will do it someday. If you want to study, buddy, I could be yours. Oh, I'm not even N5 though, Hooded. I don't think I'm going to be able to help you at all. You're just going to have to, like, watch me struggle. For however long it's going to take me. But yes, we are... Hooded thinks that my Japanese is a lot better than it actually is. So we're doing vocabulary at the moment. Kind of just going over it together, trying to find silly ways to remember things, because that's the best way for me to remember things, is if it has a silly story. Then my brain will remember. Ah, yes, there's a hiragana that looks like a stinky poo, and the pronunciation is poo, so it sticks in the brain. You can always play Breath of the Wild before the new one comes out in May. Whoa, that's so soon. You don't need any help? Oh, okay, I guess. So basically you'll just be an assistant, a teacher, a guide. Alright, this one's Kawa. Kawa. Kawa.
Kawa.
Gawa. Kiro. Kiro. Me. Toru.
Kilometer.
Kilometer. Kilometer. Toru. What did he say?
Kilogram.
Kilogram. Kilogram. Gram. Gram. Kilogram. Q. Q. Fuck you. But yeah, that would be really cool. Hooded, if I can make a habit of doing this, then yeah, that would be really cool. Kilo. Gram.
Kilogram.
You gotta run. No worries, no worries. Thank you again so much for the raid, Dunk. You must take care of yourself. Have a lovely, lovely day. And yeah, gosh, enjoy the Zeldas. Legend of Zeldas. I've heard one of the best game series. People who love it a lot.
Kilometer.
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 What was this one again? Was it Kitanai? Kitanai? Kitanai. Oh, damn! You hit diamond. Legends of Runeterra. What exactly is that game? How do you play it? We're 17 now? Oh my goodness, we're aging backwards, people. Okay, how about we do one more new words, and then we're gonna have buttloads of things. Oh, it's a card game? Oh.
Gramu.
Gramu? Gramu? Why we learn gramu after kilogramu? Gramu?
Gramu.
Gramu?
Keikan.
Keikan?
Keikan.
Keikan?
Keikan.
Why they don't use the jail bars kanji for this?
Keikan.
Hey? My life is a lie.
Keikan.
Keikan? Keikan? You've never come across policeman before? Maybe that's a good thing. Gramu?
Gramu.
Keikan?
Keikan.
Oh, I'm skipping again. Shit.
Kotaeru.
Kotaeru. Looking at you, Duolingo. Uh-oh. The owl done goofed. 答える。
答える。
答える。答える。答える。
グラム。
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 Tea is お茶。Sorry, my dog is here again. He's very needy when someone goes out. He has like separation anxiety. Hey, old man. Do you want to lay down here? Do you want to lay in the room? There's no biggie. No. No more. Lay down. You're gonna bark at me now. Lay down, pussy. He's putting fur all over my cosplay. Bro, can I help you? No more. No more. Now he knocked my Bulbasaur over. Oh my goodness. You also have operation separation anxiety. From Sky or... Speaking of Duolingo, have you seen their TikTok account? Whoever runs their social media is aware. Man, their Twitter account as well is quite interesting. They have a thing for Dua Lipa, apparently. Kotaeru. Kotaeru. Kochira.
こっち。
Kochi. Achi. Dochi. Lay down. Lay down. No, I don't have anything for you. I'm just telling you to relax. Kochira. Kochi. From Sky, from you, from Moose, from Jigs, from Alex, I can go on. You haven't seen it? You should definitely go check it out. It's quite strange. Yamete kudasai! Okay, he looked upset when I said that. Maybe he understands Japanese. Jinx from Arcane? No, Jinx from Johannesburg. Kochira? Kochi? Kochira? Kochi? Yes, South African Jinx. She's battery powered.
答える。
Huh?
答える。
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 答える。Oh no, this confuses me. Even though I know we just looked at the answer, so it's good. It's not too bad. But like, direction close to the speaker or towards the speaker. So it's like, come here. I have 2 South African Jinxes in my pocket. Oh shit! Koe. Koe is voice. Kono. This. Kono. Koko. Koko is here. Koko dayo. It's here. Benti says koko dayo, I think. When he pulls everything together. Koko dayo. Kore. Is it not? Is it Venti? Did I say the wrong name? I don't even know what I said now. But anyway, Koe's voice. Kono. Kono. Kono is this. Kore is that. Koko. Kochira.
こちら。こっち。警官。
Keikan. A friendly term for a policeman or just policeman.
警官。
Maybe you know the friendly term for policeman.
グラム。
Guramu.
グラム。
Hey. Huh?
答える。
Kotaeru. Answer.
答える。
Kochira.
こちら。
Ah,
こちら。
shit.
こっち。
I didn't read. The things in the brackets, I don't... Ah. It's okay.
警官。
Keikan?
警官。
What do you want, sir? My dog just keeps walking in and out of the room, expecting me to give him something for it. The EV on my sweater is gone. God damn it. Kochira. This way. Direction close to this. Okay, I have to read the things in the brackets because every time I don't, I pick the wrong thing.
こっち
Kochira. Kochi, kochi.
こちらこっち
Whee! Okay, so I said after that one, we're gonna switch. Switch to Kukiran Kingdoms. I think that's not bad, to be honest. I was too scared to try this before. We almost finished that chapter. Damn. Oh, and then we have to do the kanji. Oh. Whoa. See, this is why I was intimidated. There's a lot. Oh, Dad is home, so Sky's gonna stop being a pain in the butts. Skip as much as possible, so that gives me new words rather than practicing the old ones. Ah. There we go. Okay, he closed the door. We're good. Yeah, I think that could be... I mean, I like the repetition. I think repetition's good. There we go. So, okay, so that's maybe how long you spend on it. Not how long I have spent on it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna keep trying to do this. Maybe I can even do it on my off days. I can review the other ones that I've gone over, but we can do the vocab together. Japanese 1. I think this was just like forming sentences. I tried to do this, but I didn't get very far just because I didn't have the vocabulary. For now, the repetition is good. Once you find it annoying, you'll know. Yeah. The problem is I think I find comfort in repetition, so like it makes it difficult for me to move away. I think with Japanese 0, this was very, very simple stuff. See, I went over numbers at some point. This one also made me go over katakana as well, so I did practice quite a bit. But yeah, I can just review this stuff outside of stream, and then maybe we can focus on the JLPT5, the vocabs. But having more vocab maybe will make it easier to form sentences. I think even Genki I struggled a little bit, because again, it's like maybe I learn a structure, but maybe I don't learn words to go with it. But yeah, went through some things. This was hard. Family and occupations, countries and majors. I have a like little Discord channel that I use for my studies. And some of the ones that I struggled with the most I wrote down so that I could go back to it and look at it. Where... let's see. Mo ichido... Moichiro onegai shimasu. One more time, please. That one was quite tricky to get the hang of. Oh, it's not on my Discord though. It's like a hidden it's a hidden one for me to make notes. But I can always add a chat for that. I can throw it in here somewhere. Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, you don't have to join. I always feel bad. Like I never like advertise it fully because I'm just like, if people spend enough time in the chat, I think the message pops up anyway. If anybody does want to join, you have an alt account that you send notes to. Oh, I have like a secondary server. So I have my actual one, and then I have a secondary one that I used to use like for clips, for notes. And for Japanese as well. So there's some kanji that I went over. I tenki desu ne. Nice weather, isn't it? So I learned tenki, which is weather. Hehehe. Tenki. And then atsui. It got a bit too long. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Atsui and samui. Thank you for the heart, Saku. Atsui and samui. And there was also kyomo. Kyomo. I'm just like copying off the thing. So the first one I posted was samui, and the second one I posted was atsui, because the atsui's got the cross through it. Because we don't like hot weather, so we cross it out. Hehe. What else was there? So I learned humid. So kyou mo mushi atsui desu ne. Today is another humid day, isn't it? Which we don't really have that much in my city, but you know, Japan is a very humid place. So mushi atsui, humid. Mushi, but mushi is bug, and I'm just like, hot bug. Screaming cicadas. You had a long sleep, you just woke up. That's quite nice though. What else was there? Shushin? Shushin? Where you were born? This is what I learned just like on this website, memorize. So Shushin. It does. He got a itty bitty. Where is he? I lost him. Oh wait, I have the kanji. I don't know if I have it. Do I have it in hiragana? Shushin. I struggled with that one for a while because the kanji was a little bit hard to memorize. Oh wait, here it is. Shushin. There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Shushin. Kimasu. Huh? Shushin? Shushin? Not Shushin. Ah, thank you. So yeah, I need to play Cookie Run though. So that's what we're gonna be doing next. But yeah, I'll keep up. So that's one of the problems with just the reading stuff. Cookie Run. Cookie Run Kingdom. Let's see if it's working. Bunk. What? Oh, it's showing my sweets. Why you not show BlueStacks? Let's just do... Ah! The game didn't even start and it already crashed. At your stage, already start reading sentences? I could never. No! But I will keep pushing myself to try harder. Cookie Run. I love this game, guys. I play every day. Oh! Update! Please? What the fuck? Chopper! That's Chopper! Chopper cry.
This will help me preserve some chakra. Thank you. Are you okay? Yeah.
Minecraft on mobile is only 129. What? That's so cheap for what? Ah, thank you so much, Hooded, and thank you for joining as well. Yeah, I'll make a... Let me make a note quickly before I forget, because Lord knows I will. Oh yeah, this is my... You guys can see here. This is my sneaky channel. It's just for me. But this is all the stuff that I would like struggle with. Economics. Ice cream. Ice cream. Sauce. I had to practice. 悪い 天気 いい天気ですね。そうですね。今日寒い、暑い、悪い It makes me think of Wario. Japanese do love to talk about the weather. Listen, I love talking about the weather. Asking people about the weather is one of my favorite things to do. Yokunai. Hi, dozo. So yeah, a lot of these are things I had to go after, or like go over again. This one was tricky the second time, so this is talking about like visiting Japan. Nihon. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watch. Oh, you had disgusting medicine? Sorry, Saku. Nihon wa... Kaime? Kaime te desu ka? I don't remember. This one. Ni kaime. So that's the second time. I don't know how well you can see it. I think my ears are in the way. Other ones that I really struggled with, like really badly. It was a bunch of majors. It was like, oh, this as well. This because I wasn't used to the katakana yet. So this was difficult. Asia. Yeah. What is this? Kenkai? Kenkyu? Asia Kenkyu? Politics! I could never remember politics. Oh, there's another one though. Economics was also pretty bad. I had to go over economics a lot. There was another one. I think it's like office worker or something. Kaishain, I think, is office worker. I don't see it here though. But that was another one I had to go over a lot. And I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, Asian studies. I don't know what that means, but it was part of the section where we went over majors, Asian studies. There's China, international relations. This one's also quite tricky. Anthropology, Jinrui Gaku. Yeah, so this was tricky. Computer. Computer. This was also quite tricky to get right. Thing is, like, if I just say computer, they'll understand. But to write it out, I have to, like, whoa, use big brain. But yes, anyway, on the Discord, I will, this is just, This is my remember to do stuff. So far, we'll have Japanese. Japanese. If you learn the kanji. Yeah. Probably. But that's, I think that's the next part. So when we do the vocabulary... Did my camera stop working again? What the heck, man? I don't know why it's doing this. Like, on what side is things breaking, but... There we go. I don't know why it's misbehaving. You could just say with the Japanese version of the English word. Yeah, I mean for some of the things, yeah, it's a lot easier. But there's things that have like an actual word. Like history and math. And science. You know, those things have their own words. But computer! Oh, I did it again. Fuck, I don't know what it's doing. Sugaku? Shugaku? I think I at some point learned it. I just realized now I closed Discord. But I need to keep it open in case I need to make notes again. I hate math, man. Did I have math in this list? I don't remember, to be honest. I don't think it was one of the majors that I went over. Sugaku. Blech. No, thank you. Number study. I love that. Okay, so... Oh, really? Mao. Gakuse. What am I doing? Oh no. Was a weeb, yeah. Mao is a cosplayer. So he's very much still a weeb. It's entirely possible, but I missed it. Because I'm trying to change my game. There we go. Cookie-dan. Cookie-chan. Daisuki. I'm so upset that she's not on Ito's banner though. Oh yeah, I play this in Japanese. Let me pause the music. Can you guys hear the game sound? Should I make it a little louder maybe? Because we don't have to worry about BTS music no more. You can make the cookies talk. Perfect. You gotta look up the word that he said. Where did he go? Omoi is remember, memories. Oh, he said something else now. Never mind. Is this Cookie-ran? Yes, it's Cookie-ran. Guys, I was supposed to play Pokemon today. It's 1:15. I'm only streaming for like another 3 or more to think. Okay. I no think. I no think. Only do. No think. Omoi dasu. To remember. Ah. Don't mind if I do. I don't actually know what I've done since reset. So, we'll have a look. Yes, 2-hour difference. So it's 11. 11 for you now. Okay, I haven't done too much. Let's go do some PvPs. He's so aggressive. I've been cheesing through the PvP with a summoner comp. Because very often the cookies will die, but their summons will stay alive and kill everything. Which is why I call it cheesy. Because all my cookies will be dead. In fact, I took a screenshot yesterday because there was a very funny battle where it was just like a couple of my summons that survived. I meant to post it and then completely forgot. Kukiran. Yeah. Cheesing it with summoner. It doesn't always work. Depends what you're going against. But I love them. Ooh. So Caramel Apple is quite bad. Because she does a lot of damage. And the healers can't always keep up with it. Ooh! But yeah, the popper is quite tanky. Is this PvP? It is, it is. So the cookies died ages ago, but the summons stay alive forever. I think I just needed to play 2 PvPs. There we go. Okay, and then I just need to do the rhythm stage at some point. Oh, I did this as well. Nice. I am running out. That's the only missions I have left. Get Sugar to 3-star and then Jungkook to 2-star and 3-star. What's this? It's Kukiran! Unless I didn't understand the question. Is this showing new picture? Yeah, new cookie, new picture. Ooh. I've had very bad luck on this banner. It's okay though. Oops. Oh, I need to do... ASMR! You redeems? Oh my goodness! I didn't even see that. God damn it. It's 5 minutes. I'll set it now. Thank you for the reminder, Mo. Now I just have to whisper for 5 minutes and try to be calm. I'm not very good at those, so apologies in advance. I've been using a lot of those because I've been upgrading things. Oh, I used all my materials. The ASMR is so much funnier when it's you and Jog and bickering. It's better for your headache. Yeah, definitely. Because I'm very loud. I was born to scream though, so can you blame me? Nice. Your volume is low anyway. That's good, that's good. Yeah, when Jargon and I play, what is that game called? V-Rising. And we're like running away from something. I don't know why this thing keeps not working. But there we go. Is it still not? Okay, it's working now, but it's because I'm whispering. I don't know, my camera's misbehaving itself. I need to maybe check to see. Because I had issues before I started stream as well. It was just not picking up my face. But I think that's because I'm very pale. So I thought I was a light bulb. What did I want to... I wanted to check something. Oh, it did it again! Come on, man. I'm tired of this shit. It's fine, it's whatever. Oh my god. Why is it doing that? Okay, shh. It's ASMR. I know Dan hates ASMR, so I'm sure he hates that you redeemed that. You love that emote. Oh shit. You want Xiao saying yes? Would he say yes though? Only if Traveler calls, then he'll say yes. What is going on? I'm literally not even moving. Why is it breaking? Everything is plugged in, nothing is like loose or coming out, or I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You're pale anyway, same Saku. I'm very pale. My curtains were open this morning when I tried to set up stream and my camera couldn't detect me. My tail! Yeah, it's small and fluffy. Okay, let's see. Oh man, why is it still beeping though? What is disconnecting? How good are you with numbers in Japanese? I'm really bad. I don't understand what's making it on. Hey yo, hero! Hello, hi! I'm having technical difficulties today, apparently. Today's just one of them days that happens sometimes. Good redeem? Nah, could not be. Listen, Seri warns you. The second Seri pops up and says the time is up. What's wrong? Oh, hero, something keeps disconnecting, and as you can see, my mouth is not currently moving. So for whatever reason, something is disconnected, and it just keeps disconnecting, and I don't know why. Dan is not a fucking chaos. Dan is not a fan of the ASMR. Which is weird because as far as I know, Dan's supposed to be working right now, so he wants someone shouting in his ear. Is it to emulate like an office environment? You want someone shouting in your ear? Camera issues, unplug and replug the camera. The thing is, the camera is working fine. Oh. But it's the, Dan is not a fan. He is not. He is especially not a fan. But it's... yeah, I will take a look at it after stream. But you see, it keeps making that disconnect noise. And it's also... It's not my... So this one... This VTuber program I'm using, the mouth movement is determined by the microphone, but my microphone doesn't disconnect. Every time it makes that noise, it's still connected. So, something loose? I hope not. Because I just went and checked all the USBs now. Everything's plugged in. So, it's the microphone, but not really the microphone. Because in OBS, it stays connected the whole time. Better with shouting. It's like I'm in the office. Do you work in a newsroom? Oh shit. Now you work with me hollering in the background. Okay, we didn't have materials for that. I think we were busy working on the Wolfie. It's me! Hassan, hello. This is like one of my favorite cookies. Oops. I wonder... I really did her. Oh, he's max level? What the fuck? I did him over Charles? What the heck, man? Okay. I worked really hard to get Charles 5-star. You need to get some water. How do they say that? Surely not Bassa. I have German family, but I never learned German. You gonna learn Norwegian? Oh, it is Wasser? What's the matter with you? Just to know the perfect synonym for Habibi. You learned German for 3 months? Oh, it sounds so... angry. I would always listen to my cousins talking to each other, and I'm just like, yo, are they beefing? Are my cousins beefing? Just sitting in the car next to each other beefing? No. As I've learned a bit of Afrikaans, you know, only my whole school career, there were some words I could pick up. They sound really chill. No ways, man. They sound mad. Mad as fuck, man. I haven't started using Werewolf yet. Arabic? Hassan, you sound angry. You know what does teach me, Hassan? What is Habibi? It sounds like my baby, so what does it mean? Teach me the way. It sounds like they're yelling. Hassan, do you think you sound like you're yelling all the time? Is your language angry? Why did you pin that, Mao? Oh no, why did you remove it? Put it back! Wait, I didn't see. There was a guild message. God damn it, now I have to go back. It was an accident? Oh man, I thought it was funny. So when we set a pinned message, skill issue. Oh, Tigos has a friend. Yeah. I feel bad about this. Blessed rats. Blessed rats. But they haven't been on it. It's been almost 2 months. Even Brave. I used to compete with Brave, even though they maybe didn't know it. But they used to get really high in the one mode, and so I used to compete against them. But yeah, generally I'll kick people to make space for others. We have 3, 4 maybe? 4 more people that we can remove. That's Dash Dash. Oh, Cool Cookies and High hasn't been on in a while. Aw, that's so sad. Do you actually sound angry? Oh, Habibi. Oh, you have told me Habibi means my love. It's also like my BB. Ray is my BB. Do I actually sound angry? I don't know, Hassan. I don't think I've ever heard you speak Arabic. You've only ever spoken English to me, so Ray is my Habibi. He called me Habibi once. But I don't know if he knows what it is. Look at Jargon's activity points. Me, the leader, so bad. I'm 5th! I used to be much lower, and then I started playing a lot again, so I've been bumping up. You've heard him speak Arabic when playing League? Oh really? Does he sound angry, Dan? What do you think? I tried a little bit to learn Norwegian, but it was a little bit tricky for me. Because I have a lot of Norwegian friends, and I was like, I'm too self-conscious to do this. So I stopped. I gave up. I was like, That's because it's League. To be fair, if I watched Hassan play League, and even if he was speaking English, I would still think he's speaking a foreign language, so, you know. What was this? What a weird... Oh, I might have said it like that for something else. You're gonna go look on your bed for a bit? Your back is hurting? You gotta sit up straight, Hassan. Go take care of your back. Don't mind me, just watching. You were catfishing someone, Mao? What the fuck? Why? Oh. I mean, I could probably be catfished with... with a Norwegian accent. Why all these cookies? Such high level. Goddamn. Oh, it was... Oh, sorry. I misread that. Sorry, you guys got the same color. You know how it is, Hassan. You both got the same purple, okay? That's why I thought it was you. It's not out of the realm of possibility for you to be sitting for too long, to be fair. It wasn't a usual catfish. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah. Is that a story that you're gonna tell on the way to Rage? Is that a car Rage story? Definitely. Nice. I'm looking forward to it. I need to Even though my game is in Japanese, all the BTS boys still speak Korean. There's Genie. It was his birthday recently, this weekend. And he's going to do military service soon. Will this get us into trouble? Oh. If you want, you can sell your rage ticket. I have an extra media pass. Ah! Damn it. I don't know. Uh-oh. The game crashed because I tried to pick something up. Cool, I'm so glad I did that. I don't know how I would be able to sell the ticket. I bought it through Howler. Can you sell the ticket like that? Or like refund the ticket? I don't know how that works. Cause I think I selected the like buyer protection whatever thingy majiggy. Maybe I can go have a look at that. Are you sure, Mao? Definitely see about a refund. Yeah, maybe let me just make note of that again. Alex can't come anymore. Are they okay? Or are they just busy? Mao, I'm gonna send you a DM. I did see your other DM now, but don't worry. I'm gonna send you a DM and then I'm gonna mark it unread. It's too expensive? Ah. So I'm just gonna mark it unread, so don't mind my message. It's a reminder for me. Thank you. Also, Mao apologizes for the things he's not supposed to apologize for, so I'm gonna have to give him a head bonk with Yai's bonk stick. Okay, guys, you'll remind me later. Thank you. Because my power is actually going off when I end stream, so that's a little bit annoying. But, yeah, I need to... Maybe... I'll cut out the fabric for the jackets today. Because I've cut out most of the stuff for the skirts. I did the pleats yesterday, the day before. I don't know what day it is today. In any case, Nobara should be ready. She should be ready. Because I'm doing Nobara on the Sunday, I think. Oh. Oh, yeah? I've noticed some non-English names have a click. Oh, yeah? You need to make a flesh suit. Mao? Question mark? A flesh suit? To cover your stomach? Okay, wait, focus. I was gonna do this event. Oh, but also don't forget to get your free stuff. There's free gems and there's free army bombs. Every day there's 200 free army bombs. Army. It's the cake event. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Let's see. You want to make a bodysuit? Stupid dog boy has bandages that need to magically stay on my skin. Ah, you can't use like boob tape or body tape or something. There's that double-sided tape. Hi, I'd like a zesty lemon cream cake for my forest friends. I'd like some 2 tiers for me. Lemon frosting, the more the better. Could you top the cake with lots of jelly beans? Sure, he said there's zesty lemon. 2 tiers. I love this mode, by the way. This game keeps introducing new game modes and stuff. It was 2 tier, hey? Yeah. And baking cakes, this has been a lot of fun. And it was the zesty, or the lemon frosting as well. The more the better, which means he wants at least 8. But because I'm lazy, I just make like so. Are you gonna be making that before Age Mal? Also, when Jinx, Ito, we can... What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Dan. You have to make it before Age. Ooh. Can we get... How about you dress... I was gonna say dress Moose in something. I don't know. Moose is very small though. I don't know if Moose would fit into your Zhongli. And then lots of jelly beans. I don't think I've used jelly beans yet. Because then we can have Cookie, Goro, Ito, Jongas. The whole squad fam. Oh, I don't like what I did. But it's okay. Let's, wait, can I can't move them. Okay, let's do it on the inside then. Moose would drown. Yeah, Moose would drown in my stuff as well. Why he's sometimes in front, he's sometimes in back. The bandages on your thighs. I see. Yeah, he does have dumb pants, doesn't he? You gonna go eat and have some medicine? You're feeling sick? Sorry to hear that, Hassan. I hope you feel better. Enjoy your foodies. Immune system skill issue. No! Feel better, Hassan. Choco and mint. Choco mint. Speaking of choco, I'm gonna have a choco now because I can, because I have one. It's lint. Let's hope it's not liquid this time. Your noise? Your nose? Skill issue? Did you have something you're allergic to, Hassan? Your body produces mucus more than all humans on Earth. Go take care of yourself. Get out of here. Strawberry cream and 2 tier. It's for the orphans? What the fuck? She really wanted that, okay. If it's for the orphans, why is it only 2 tiers? Should make it a huge cake. Okay, so does choco mint. Keep it easy breezy. I don't know how much Pokemon I'll be playing today. This is a very weird cake. I feel like there's too many flavors here. At least she didn't ask for toppings. So really it could be worse. Oh yes, I remember you said your mom wasn't feeling well. And now everyone else is sick. Oh no! Feel better, Hassan. Now I'm sick as well. No, I'm joking. I just need water. Water. Ah. A beautiful yet delicious cake. Debatable. I don't know if that was beautiful or delicious, to be honest. Night cookie. Cream bouquet cake. Uh-oh, he's one of those cookies that has an annoying cake. All of my Lindt chocolates are like semi-melted. Four-tier strawberry cake. Oh. I don't know what I said, Mal. The last thing I remember saying was that all of my Lindt chocolate is like somewhat melted. Eat it faster? No! I don't have a sweet tooth. Melted is better than missing. Hi, Demon Wolf. Yeah, I mean, my chocolate doesn't go missing, at least. And then candy flowers. Good enough. What is this cake? So we got asked for a cream bouquet cake for the princess. This was from Night Cookie. So, a miss cake. Oh no. By the sounds of things, even if you did, it wouldn't be a major loss. Yeah. I'm not too fussed about chocolate. Ooh, new things. If you don't eat it faster, then I'll eat it for you. Oh my, how could you? Another... Listen here, you were just here. So, get out of here. I want new ones. I don't want repeat customers. You prefer a lemon cake? This one wants fragrant strawberry. This time sounds too difficult. What happens if I... Oh, it's because I've had him before. I can just turn him away. Fragrant strawberry, 4-tier. Strawberry frosting. And cherries. That's perfect for him. I love this game mode. It's silly, but it's enjoyable. I hope they keep adding events like this. They've added a lot of really like unique things lately. I think a lemon cake would be nice though. We're gonna go with a classic. With a spin. Did he specify 8? Yeah, he did specify 8. I've seen people make some really crazy designs in this game though, and I'm just like, yeah, I want to have fun, but we're not going too Coco Locos. Look how huge these cherries are though. They're huge! Or the cake is really small. You know, that is a very good point that you make, Hero. It's entirely possible. Cheesecake, lemon, lime, ginger? Interesting. Not my first choice, that's for sure. I'm not a fan of ginger. Or are those apples? No, they're supposed to be cherries. They're just really fucking huge. Oh no, I ran out of energy. Who's next? A wolf? Okay, well, unfortunately, I can't help you, sir. I'll have to wait for more energy. You feel sad for those ginger? I meant the roots! I meant the roots! Wishes. Yeah, it's like a really strong flavor. I can't... I simply cannot. I don't like it. It's very, very strong. And it makes me feel sick as well. Which is the opposite effect that you want from ginger. You have a friend named Ginger? I know you do. Your college makes fancy flavors of cakes? Cakey. That's interesting, but out of curiosity, why does your college make cakes? Oh, let's do tower. No! Crash! Don't crash! Ah, damn it. Okay, maybe I won't be playing this for too much longer. We can play a little bit of Pokemons. I have a lot of Pokemon to catch still. I kind of miss the BTS one because they would always be like, Cookie Run! Now we have no more Cookie Run. Oh, a college right? Oh, I see, I see. That makes a little more sense, yeah. Oh, I didn't click. Whoops.
ために先生がお手本を見せましょう。
やけどかわいいんだ。
This stuff is not really challenging. They did add more levels to it to make it more challenging, but so far it hasn't, like, actually been difficult. Costa? What is Costa? No hambush. Uh-oh. Some of my strongest cookies are hambush. Oh, only one magic? One magic? Oh, is bomber cookie. So bomber cookie. Oh, a cafe? Ah. What do they have that's good?
항상 사랑하고 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Yeah, so they added, it used to go up to 150. Now they let you skip 100 floors, so there's 150, but now it goes up to 250. It'll be interesting to see how far I can get, actually. Let's see. I said we were gonna do switcheroos to Pokemon, yeah. Because I can do the rest of the stuff later. Since the power's going off at 4. Wow! I've been slowly doing my cookie research. Making my cookies a little bit stronger. A little more tankier. Ooh! That was a lot of points. That's done. Army. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll do big old switcheroos now. A college pantry, which is like a lunch bar for takeaways. What? That's kind of cool. We just had like, we called it like the cafeteria, and you could go there. They had like, what did they have? There was like a pie shop. There was a pizza. Was it pizza? Oh no, it was pasta. It wasn't even pizza. It was pasta. It was kind of weird. Paninis can be hot or cold. Oh, that's nice. Depending on the weather. Switchy. Is my switchy on? Make closed. Scara boobs. Oh, there it is. Hey, yo. Update available. Wait for? Oh, for malware bites? No, thank you. I don't want any. There's an extremely loud plane going by your house. Oof. Well, so hi, Miyuki. How are you? There we go. Been having some nice battles? Maybe. Oh, okay. Well, fine. Why did you want to talk to me then, bro? Amgery crab. Let's see. What was the last stuff that I caught? You came back from a visit to a company. Oh shit! Gonna keep in touch with them. Are you looking for work at the moment, Miak? Or you kind of just vibing out? Books. Ah, Saku, did you take anything for your headache? So I have a concha. I think I need another concha for a... But which box was for a... Is it this box? Oh yes, this is the Ray box. Work is a mechanism for trading life and happiness for stress and money. Oh, I mean, that's definitely one way to look at it. I think that might be the only concha I have. At least I didn't see another one. Yeah, I keep thinking... Oh wait, there's another one. There we go. That's for a... You're doing a study course at the moment? Ah, look for work actively after that. You're networking a bit, doing some work behind the scene to test the waters. Oh, that's really cool, Muk. There is no music playing? You can't hear it? I haven't changed any of the sounds. Yeah, it should be the Pokemon Center music. It's very soft. I can't turn it up though. Like... That's a max volume. I can maybe turn myself down. And then you just turn stream up a bit. If that's better. But yeah, I didn't change any of the settings because the Pokemon music's not too loud. I don't know if there's a way to change it on the Switch. I don't think I've turned it down though. Bluetooth audio? Huh. No, it's too late. I turned myself down. Okay, so I did have one of those boys for a... I'm like trying to catch things for him while I'm catching things for me as well. The sound sounds good for you though? Maybe it's a skill issue for Mao. Mao's got skill issue. Oh, and the other one was Passimian actually. So I actually remember where that was, vaguely. It was near the sky, I think. Where was... This one? By the dock, I think? Or was it by the... I think it was by the poison one, actually. Okay. Also, Miyuki's old. Miyuki's old as fuck. Miyuki's basically a dinosaur man. That's how old he is. Also, Miyuki, what made you change your name? You're still younger than me, I think, Miyuk. I think. Mekosita is easier to brand than Zip. Huh? You're not younger than me? You're a few months older? Oh, so you are really a dinosaur then. Listen, everyone keeps reminding me of how old I am, so... So it's gotta be true, right? Mm. Oh! One of my favorite things to do. Is go harass those assholes. Because whenever I try and catch one, they do that shit. I'm just like, okay, cool. Never mind. Thunderstone? I have so many of those now. So there were Passimians in here before, I remember. I might have ridden dinosaurs to school, but you're basically riding mammoths. We're on the same ride, but mine is cooler. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you've done this. Are you riding a wheeled Pokemon? I might be. I told Alex you were 30 and his mind did back flips. Yes. I am 30. 30. Being held together with, I was gonna say willpower, but honestly, I don't think even willpower. Bubblegum and string. What is this? A quillfish? No, thank you. I just wanted the LP, to be fair. Did I change the category? Are we on Pokemon? Riding anything, but we were able to ride the expensive bicycle since the first Pokemon games. I mean, to be fair, this is well cooler than a bicycle. It can glide. It can jump. I think this is very cool. It's just like a very fancy bicycle. What's that? Oh, there's a Greedent. I need a Greedent. Hey, buddy. How am I gonna hit you and not your pals? We are indeed on Pokemon. Because we're riding them, or... No, I knew that was gonna happen. Fucking Squavit, get out of here, you. Big cheek, sassy little miss. Whoops. What was the evolution of Rhyhorn? Rhydon? Rhyperia? I've never tried the quick ball before. Ride on these nuts! Oh my goodness. Ray's in a meeting and I'm just shouting, ride on these nuts. Anyone calling themselves old gets a bonk. Okay. No more old talk here. What has happened to the mythical creatures of our youth? Reduced from epic creatures with some quirky abilities to mere tools with faces? I mean... I guess. Man, I'm gonna knock this motherfucker out if I attack him. This Pokemon's too strong. Henry, please don't call me baby. That's very weird. Maybe I need to hit him to teach him a lesson. Mao, why would you pin that? Did you mean to delete it? It's fine, Mal. Oh, jeez, I almost killed. Look at his health. It's fine, Mal. I forgive you. You're still learning the way of the mod. Hey, yo. There's another one for the decks. To the box. Oh, did I switch? Did I make it on the wrong box now? Damn it. Hehe. Do I need to move this chunky lad now? Because he's in Ray's box. He is in Ray's box! Get out of here, you. Round boy. Okay. No, what the fuck? I wonder... I haven't done too much catching. I've been so tired lately. I haven't had the energy to actually, like, play. Yay! Okay, apparently I have done some catching. Okay, I've done a fair amount of catching. Luxury balls! My balls are luxurious. Beautiful. Komalala! Shudo fungus. I know there's Passimians here. They're probably just not here because of the time. What is that? Oh, that's that other thing. There's a Spoinkers. This might be the longest time. Are you enjoying yourself? Because I know I did oh, hello. A leaf stone. I know I did study. I'm guessing that's for Leafeon. I did a lot of Japanese studies today. Do you know why these trees have so many colors on them? Malak. Let's go, Malak. Mimikyu! Oh, I love Mimikyus. I really want one. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, you got hit by a head. Sorry, Saku. Oh. Oh. Learned seed bomb? Well, that wasn't very effective, was it? It says effective, but... Oh! God damn. Also, I think they were talking about the painted trees, Miyuki. Because, yeah, the... Have you played yet? I think you said you haven't played yet. What? No! Did they increase? Why would you paint trees? So it's not us, it's this Pokemon here. I don't know if I can get close to them, but they are probably one of my favorites of the new Pokemon. This little guy. Will you come say hi, buddy? Hello! Oh, okay. He'll very much say hi. He is a Vandal, but look how cute he is. Isn't that the cutest Vandal you've ever seen? We'll go look at his Pokédex entry in a second. I already have one though. He is giving me the finger. He's a little shit. But yeah, it's one of my favorites from this generation. That was weird. Shit, I don't know what number he is. Switchy only. There's a lot of the old Pokemon in the beginning of the Pokédex, but... Did I never catch a Sinisty? I just fucked their shit up. How rude of me. I need to go back and catch one then. Oh, here they are. You need to set it up? Definitely you should. You're a teacher? Not anymore, Miyuki. That's why I'm doing the streaming thing. You should correct this kind of behavior. No, you. Look how cute this thing is. Okay, so it says each graffiti II paints its own individual pattern, and it will paint that same pattern over and over again throughout its life. How cute is that? Is a toxic monkey? Is graffiti II? I love it. It's adorable. It is baby. What? And that's the pre-evolve Shroodle. Which honestly just looks very goofy. It looks like it has a little blob of cream on its head. It looks like a pudding. Could you look thirsty as fuck
right now?
Impidimp. Do I look thirsty? Thank you. It's Mr. Saturn. Wait, why? Let's just throw the bulb. Man, they keep changing the load shedding. No! I thought we were safe from stage 3. What the fuck, man? Uh-oh. Something's disconnecting again. Into the box you go. On Discord? Oh, I need to mark this as unread. Okay. What the fuck are those? I hate that so much, Nuke. I can't believe you've scarred my memory with that. What the hell is Mr. Saturn? And why is he being allowed to live? Earthbound? No wonder people want to leave the Earth. God damn. What is Earthbound? A game? A very old game? Before they could make characters that didn't look creepy as hell. It's from the kid. PK fire? In South Africa, a PK is a puss club. Oh shit, I was trying to avoid these guys. And then I rode right into one. Cool, I'm so glad. A PK is a puss club, so what is it? Oh, what the heck, man? Let me go. You'll be back? No worries, Saku. A kid with a baseball bat? Oh! I see. There's another Impidimps. I'm guessing the Passimian will come out in the daytime. Heal powder. Doesn't it make your Pokemon like angry if you give them the powder because it actually tastes really bitter? I've got a Kumalala. Can you just go back through this area? Like no beef? I've never gone back into one of these places before. Are there any like wild Pokemon and stuff? Well, there's Gimme Ghouls. Rare candy. In prison? Oof. Oh? I heard you. There you are. Sneaky. Whoops. So what, there's just loot to pick up in here that maybe I didn't pick up when I came through the first time, or... Poison Terror Shard? Shit. One of 50 that I need. Cool, I guess. Posture check. Now listen here, sir. I actually don't need the posture check anymore. For the most part, at least. Because I have like a... What are they called? You're shrimping? I have one of those chairs that makes you sit properly. What is it called? So actually, I don't have back pain anymore. I sit up properly. Hey, ergonomic, thank you, Dan. Who's the English speaker here? Anyway. Because Ray, this was Ray's chair. But the hydraulic on my previous chair, which was a #gamer chair, broke. And so my chair just would not go back up. And it was like stuck down. So I was kind of sitting like an orangutan at my table. So he bought himself a new chair and then gave me this one. This one was only like a year old. The seat is still like really firm. Which is not the worst thing, but it does force me to like stand up every now and then. Because it's like... I don't want to say it's hard. It's not hard because it's like soft, but it's also... it's hard. My butt gets sore if I sit for too long. So it's maybe not a bad thing, you know? It gets me moving. Stops me from sitting on my ass the whole day. But yeah, he got a... Because he didn't like this one so much. But it was rather pricey, so he didn't want to... He didn't want to get himself a new one before. But then he was like, oh wait, but now you can use this one? So... Sorry, Psyduck. We do love firm seats, do we? We love firm seats? Do you mean butts, or... I don't know if you're trying to imply something else. Hi, back! Oh, there's a trainer there. Can I battle him? I wonder... Whoa! I need this guy! But I don't think I'm strong enough to fight this. What beats fighting? Is it flying? I think it's flying. I don't know. I don't think I can take this, though. Let me try. I think flying beats fighting. Oh wait, what did I do as a group? You have goosebumps, but you're not cold. It's very hot. Oh, are you feeling sick, Saku? Well, besides you said you have a headache. The loading screens for this take fucking ages, so god damn. I just want this simply because I need it for my Pokédex. My living dex, at least. I honestly don't know if this is a flying beats fighting. I can't remember. Oh shit. It is super... I remembered right. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna have to carry this. It's do lelelele whoop. What? Is that the noise that it made? The hats are so silly, man. I wish they could have just made the Pokemon like the crystal color. Like whatever color the typing is, make it like that. Because yeah, the hat thing is a little bit overkill. If they had just made it like a crystal body, it would have been amazing. Don't need to change the size or anything. Just put that like crystal shimmer over them. Swarovski Pokemons, exactly. Oh, 2 Terra fighting shards. Nice. And a Loomberry. Yeah, they could have just made diamond Pokemon. That would have been really cool. Oh! There we go, Cricketune. I haven't seen a wild Cricketune yet, so that's why I was like... Let me just throw him in there. Very cool. What else have we got here? Another leaf stone and a tart apple. Oh, that's for Applin, right? Listen to its cry. Okay, I'll go listen to it now. What is this? Huh, I've never looked at these things. Hello. Oh yeah, I wanted to make sandwiches today. I forgot about that. Whoa, look at all these terror shards. What the hell? Where... Did I miss the tab? Surely not. Is it here? Oh, I have leftovers? What? Didn't I have one that's good for water type? Oval stone? That stone. Shiny stone. Leaf stone. Oh. Moon, sun. Oh, single use. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't have anything that works for ghost or water type. GG's Hassan. How do you actually listen to their cries? Okay, I see now, Miyuki. Perfect. What's cracking, homie? You wouldn't happen to know the address for Team Star's Poison Cruise, but is he not in it? I'm pretty sure he's in it. This guy's not very smart. A Pelipper? Well, it started to rain. Oh no. Whatever will I do against a Pelipper? GG, easy. Oh, Nymphu's playing. That guy was an idiot. It's fine though. The zone is actually really big. What is that? Oh, it's a Mimi! Hi! Oh, I love you, Mimi. Do you want to be my friend? Hehe. I love Mimikyu. You get a ball that matches your colors. Just stay in the ball, please. 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 Thank you. So that Mimikyu wanted to be my friend. Ghost Fairy. That's such a nice typing. Because it's cute, but it's also scary. Oh, there's my boys. Those, I need to catch them. Goofy ass looking Pokemon. I need one for me, one for A. They're so hungry. Scary face. Uh-oh. Coconut head. And the Mimikyu watching behind me. Whoa, there's a Venonat just chilling behind me. Ow, what the fuck, bro? You wanna take a fucking chill pill? Oh, it's not very effective? Nice. Don't crit. We're good. Whoa! This monkey is very angry. His friend in the background also. Ah! Stop it. What is that other one? Is it... is it the repeat ball? I only have one anyway. It's this one, right? Oh, that's when you caught it before? Which is the other one I'm thinking of then? Timer ball? I don't have any. Oh, maybe I can use this on him. Stay in the ball. Thank you. Got him. Alright. Am I gonna be allowed to leave? Teamwork Pokemon. Oh, that's cute. Okay, now I need to catch a second one for A. Oh, okay, well, this one decided it wants to belong to A. It's a small one. Ooh. There's like a big one standing right next to me. It wants to go. Fling? What are you flinging? Bit rude, if you ask me. Ah. Unbelievable. Cheeky monkey. Is our power seriously going off again tonight? Oh man. Stage 3 starts at 4. Fuck. This is so annoying because I can't make dinner again. Ow. Stop hitting yourself. Stop wasting my dust balls, you little shit. I'm gonna try an Ultra Ball and see if that works. I don't know what the difference is between the two. This dude just refuses. He's like, nah, I'm good. Oh my god. He's gonna kill himself at this rate. This seemed to be a little bit better. Oh my god, Biome Density. After all that, to then crit. What a ding dong. This is fine though. These things are so big. Damn. No! Stop! Release me. I do want this one though. Please don't kill it. Oh! That hit way too hard. Cool. Ah! Good thing there's a spare one over here. What was that in the background? Oh, that's a monkey again. Oh yeah? Easy. Easy game, easy life. Whee! Oop. Komalala. Whoa. That spider is angry as hell. I need to make sure I don't get bopped by it. Hey yo. You should be at school? What the fuck? And you? A student yourself telling me? Hi Noah! Konnichiwa! Gesundheit. I think the grass eats the bug. No, the grass is eaten by the bug. Ooh, what is play rough? Oh, it's a fairy type? Hmm. Let's not learn it for now. I don't know if we need Flower Trick. Arigato. Poopita. Poopita. No, no, no. We'll keep this one for Pupita. I don't know what type Pupita is, though. Oh, it's this thing. Fuck. Flower Trick slays. Yeah, but Seed Bomb is so good. Woof. Okay, let's swap them out. I almost never learn what the in-between stages types are. Because I think he's rock? Uh-oh. But isn't fighting good against rock? Here we go. Umbreon. What beats Dark type? I actually don't know. Let's keep Chubbs out for now. Steal his Umbreon? No, I'm gonna make one of my own. Light bulb beats the dark. Oh my god, I should have done the light bulb. That would have been really funny, actually. I wish I'd done that. That would have been so funny. God damn it. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, bunny. How are you doing? How's your hand doing, by the way? Are you all good again? Impadimp, no thank you. I don't think I want that. Oh, another apple? Maybe I can... Oh, that's not a Pokeball. I got bamboozled again by the... the little fungus. The itty bitty fungus. I got bamboozled. It's okay. Did I catch the Toad School last time? Let me go have a look. You're gonna start drawing all day tomorrow? Oh shit! Have you been doing like... It's a baby! Have you been doing like exercises? Stretchy the fingies. His hair. I accidentally killed one of these the last time I saw one. Because I was like, this won't kill it, right? He's very cute. Sneaky Pokemon. Name him. Why do you want me to name him? The Z? For? Oh, for zooming in? Okay, well, no, I didn't, but thank you. I normally just do it like that. I could... Ooh, don't want to go that way. I could name him. I don't know if I can name him now that he's in the box, though. I don't name all the Pokemon, though, because, like, when I name something, I get attached to it. But what, I'm just sticking him in the box and forgetting about him? Also, to answer my own question, yes, I have caught one of those little bad boys before. It shows a Pokeball beside a Pokemon if you've caught it before. Yee, I do know that one. Oh yeah, one of these is for Ray. I think they're exactly the same, so... Let me just go stick him in Ray's box so long. What else was there? Meanwhile, Noah rotting in a box. Do you know what, Noah? There was actually... Ray was watching... it was a Reddit post. There was someone else who had that same pink little Pokemon. This also named Noah. What the fuck? I mean, she was the evolved form, right? But yeah. Like, all of my named Pokemon are sitting in a box. Where are they? Oh yeah, there's the evolved form. Tinkertuff. It is sus. It is very sus. Ray showed it to me and I was like, what the fuck? So here's some of the other named ones. I think that's all of them. Maybe it's your Reddit account? You know, I said that to Ray. I was like, what if this is Noah's account? But I was like, why would he name that Pokemon after himself? Kind of weird. How do you change the name again? Yeah. LBGW? Do I want to know what that is? There you go. He has a name now. His name is Mao. Don't worry about it. Not me gonna go check later. This little Mao in the box. Is that's Impidimp, right? Yeah. Wait, why cry? No cry, no cry. Whoop! There's a Combees. I need a boy bee. And there's a Sunflora. Perfect. Okay. I need a boy bee. What are you? That's a boy bee. Boy bee, boy bee, boy bee, boy bee. Imagine a world where my ass could fit in a box. Depends on the size of the box, does it not? How much is postage to the UK? Oh, probably way too much. Why? What are we posting? Are we posting WoW? Listen, guys, I can fit in a box too, but it just needs to be a big box, yeah? Oh shit, what box? Oh no, I left it on the right box. And there's a blue Flabebe. Where did the Sunflora go? This bitch. Oh, it's over there. if we're posting me, can I go to Texas? You want to go to Texas? Is that where Ginger's from? Can Ray fit in a box? I mean, probably. You just need a very long box. He's got very long legs. Silly plant. Get in the ball. How tall is he? I don't think he's as tall as you, Noah. I think he was 178. Giga Drain! Not gonna get you very far. Ginger's in Texas. Ah, she went in for surgery. Oh, hope she feels better soon. Hope she recovers well, speedily. Your cough is making you lose your voice. That's fine. You don't need to talk if you're here. You can just sit back and relax. Petal dance! The sunflower is just trying everything. You're taller? You are taller, yes. You can give Ray forehead kisses. What is that behind me? Is it the Flabibis? I already have a blue Flabibis. I wanted... I have a feeling I have the orange one as well, but I need to check. Ray doesn't like it if I'm taller than him. He wants me to be itty bitty. Which, just as well, I am, you know. A 5 by 7 by 5? Did you go and measure yourself, Hassan? Yeah, I've got the blue and the orange. I need the other colors. I think there's white, red, and pink, maybe? Or yellow? I don't know. I know that there's different color Flabibis though, so I'll get them all at some point. Where are my founders and sub badges? It's only showing that you have one badge. That's kind of weird. Oh, your founder... Do you have sub at the moment, Noah? Since I'm short, I can fit in a small box. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, same. I too can fit in the small boxes. If you try and use the sub emotes, does it work? Well, that answers the question then. But surely, did you not just sub the other day? Tato could fit in a lunchbox because she's a snack. Oh my god. I can't believe you said that. I'm reporting you to the cheese police. Oh, it's a barboach. I think I have a barbo cheese already. A barbo cheese. What? That was weird. It's kind of dangerous. Dangerous to just not look where I'm going in this area because all the little fungi in the grass. Okay, this is where we were before. So let's go up this way, maybe? Strudel, another mushroom. Mushroom. Bacha. Komalala. There's a Dunsparce. I don't know if I have Dunsparce actually. I should go take a look and see. It's a Fungus. And there's a boy. You need so many of those to evolve it. It's like, goddamn. I know I've definitely gotten the evolved form of Dunsparce somehow before the Dunsparce itself. Your Prime isn't working because your Amazon account got blocked? It's a Zorua! I got bamboozled, guys. What the heck, man? These guys are everywhere, sneaky little buggers. I guess it makes sense. Why would a Dunsparce be here? If there's any, like, sketchy Pokemon, I should just question if that is, in fact, what it is. A pine cone? Oh, boy. What did you do to your Amazon account that I got blocked, by the way? Ow, for fuck's sakes, man. Getting bamboozled by these little guys. Oh, man. Please. Give me peace. Did we fight this guy already? Oh, it's just a Mimi. Oh, we did fight this guy. Hey, yo! What did you do? Fix it. Thank you, no. 9 months? Thanks! And was that the Prime? Because ever since it lied about Prime, I'm now like... Oh, I have been past you, hey. Yeah. That's that guy down there. Ah. Thank you for the 9 months. I still want to know what you did to block your account, though. What happened, man? Were you doing sketchy things? Okay, well, I guess I'm falling into the water now. The fuck is that? Oh, it's Aracuda. Angry little fishy. God damn it. Release me! There we go. You try to top up your gift card balance? Because you had a promotion? They're like, this order is suspicious. We think someone has access to your account and have blocked it. Wow. How rude. How could... Oh, jeez. That was my fault. There's a flamingo. Now the only way to get help is to phone them? Oh, I would just abandon the whole account. Like, bye! But yes, thank you for the Prime subby. Mao used to work for Amazon support. I hate phoning any kind of places. Oh, and a sweet apple. I don't have one of those. Let's go, you little round boy. Guys, what are the eyes? Which part of this Pokemon are the eyes? Is he wearing headphones? And those little dots are his eyes above his mouth? Or those his eyes? on the sides of his head. None of them are blinking. Oh wait, I think I just saw it blink now. The inside ones are the eyes? Yeah, I think so. Ooh! Electromorphosis. Uh-oh. This boy is so fat. Yeah, so round. And the thing it evolves from is a little tadpole that's like a light bulb. It's so fucking cute, I can't. Ow! What's a hyperbole? Oh, there's a Kamalala. Belly bolts. Oh my god. So cute. Nice. I just wish they had live chat support. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't show the... Ah, it doesn't have the little light, the pre-evolve there. But it's very cute. Like, you can actually see him over here. This little guy. It's a tadpole, but it's also a light bulb. It's so cute. I love froggies. Froggies is one of my favorite animals. I actually need to sneak in here, guys. Don't mind me. A Pokédoll! I don't want those. I have so many of those now. Did you have live chat support for simpler issues? Oops. But when it's something as serious as an account. Creatively named Tadbulb. I don't know. I think it's pretty good. Like, maybe not good as a Pokemon. Like, I don't know. I don't think I could take that guy seriously in a fight. Hi, Nabibbles. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm just catching Pokemons and battling people. Oh, I've gotten so many big mushrooms. Goddamn. Oh, my Pokemon needs healing. I missed your... Did you send a message? I missed it. Oh, the day feels like it's going on forever. Why don't you... If you're not feeling good, Saku, maybe you should take a nap. Maybe that'll help you. Okay, I've already thrashed that kid. Okay, I have quite a few apples now. I just don't have... I don't think I've... I know I've seen a Flapple somewhere. Do you guys remember that one Pokemon? I can't remember which gen it was, but it was called Cast Form. And it was basically this like little... One of those little like weather puppet things that they have in Japan. But all I could see, it just looked like it had balls at the bottom. It was a very interesting design choice. Oh, there's supposed to be Applins here? Maybe I'll look around here and see. Because I've been picking up loads of apples. Load shedding in 55 minutes. Thanks, guy. You found Applin in the trees? I found one just walking around on the ground and I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. Also, how do you get them to fall out of the trees? Oh, be right back. dash? Oh, I tried that already. Thought I was just doing it wrong. You gonna have a rest? Ah, good idea. Yeah, maybe see if you try and take a nap, and if you feel better, then you can try and do something later. No? Yeah? There's Pokemon in the trees? Like, would you be able to see them? Oops. Oops. You can see them if they're there? No ways. I don't think I've ever looked up. Like, ever. I've never looked into a tree. Huh. Interesting. Oh, there's a Kamalala up there! So if I dashed into that one, I'd knock the Kamala out? Huh. Never tried this area. So when I looked at the map, it showed Applin was like... Yeah, it shows Applins here as well. So that means these trees can have an Applin. There's a bunch of pine cones. Oh my god. I'm mind blown currently. Ah, thanks for helping, Mal. That's actually crazy. I've never looked up into the trees before. I guess because I wasn't expecting to see anything in them. I wonder if the colourful trees have got stuff as well. You didn't know either? Oh, I see. I mean, fair. It's kind of like a... You know, did we ever look into trees before? I don't think we could. Maybe in the newer games. There's another Pineco. I actually can't believe it. My brain right now is just like, what? Pokemon in trees? If the agent gives you shit, rate them. Huh? Give them a shit rating. There's also Pineco. Kumalala and a Pineco. Man, the fact that there's Pokemon in trees has just made me wonder how many I've been missing now. But also there's sometimes really aggressive Pokemon around the trees. What is that? A Meowth? No, Mimikyu. I was gonna say, if that's a Meowth, then actually it's probably not a Meowth. Hi, Jason. How are you doing? Do you like Pokemon? Shantae games? I haven't. I haven't heard of that before. Oh, you like Mudkip? Mudkip is very, very cute. Action platformer, Metroidvania. I think I'm not too big. I do like platformers, but maybe not the action kind. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jason. Welcome, welcome. I'm just currently looking for applins. But so far, no luck. Oh, I wonder if this is a dunce boss. Thank you for the confettis. Oh wait, it's an actual dunce boss? I have caught one though, so I'm gonna run. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's my kind of game, but you know, a game with a good soundtrack. I haven't played Nier, but years ago a friend of mine told me that the soundtrack was amazing, and so I've listened to the soundtrack extensively. It's really, really good. Even though I've never played the game. Nier, hi, the first one. What was it called? Was it Replicant? Not Nier Automata, Nier Replicant, the first game. Dance Through the Danger. I mean, the name is really cool. Where's my bapples? My apples? Replicant is the latest one? Are you sure? Because Automata, as far as I know, is the new one with 2B and all. Replicant is newer than Automata. So which one was Automata? Not the one with 2B? Honestly, the name, because I never played the game, the names confuse me. Because I only knew Nier. But then they brought out another one and I was like, fuck, which one do I listen to? I listened to the old one though. Oh, what the heck? Oh my god, I'm gonna go cry now. That was so disappointing. He knew. He knew I was searching. Oh. Okay, wait. Then I need to check to see which one I listened to because I don't remember now. Did I listen to Automata then? No, this got 2B. Not this one. Probably original Nier? Maybe? Let me search. I need to see the characters, then I can tell you. Oh wait, Replicant was the remake? It's the one with the boy who wears the big moon face. I think. Kane. Kane. Replicant is just the remake of the old Nier. What was the 2017? Oh, no, that's 2B. So it was the original one? Nier. Yeah, it's this one. The boy with the moon face, the creepy moon face. So that was original one, but Replicant is the remake? Or it's a continuation? In any case, it's prettier than the old one. Emil! Yee! I never played any of these games, but the soundtrack was amazing. So I wonder if... did I listen to the original soundtrack or did I listen to Replicant soundtrack? He has appearances or Easter eggs in the other games? Ah. I honestly can't tell you which soundtrack I listened to, but it was the one with Kane. That's the... I'm pretty sure. It was that soundtrack. Soundtrack? Not Automata, not 2B's game. It was the other one. That's why I kept saying the game before 2B, because... But Kane is from the one before, which is why I kept saying Replicant isn't the new one. But I get what you guys are saying now, based on release dates. So is Replicant just a remake? Gestalt? Oh! Gestalt! Yeah. That sounds familiar. Two versions of the exact same game. The one before 2B was 1A. Oh my god. Ah. The story and gameplay are identical, released in different regions and on different platforms. Oh my brain. Oh yeah, let me check soundtrack. Whoa! Yaku! In public, bro. I only see the one that has both of their names on it. That and people's enemies drawings. So Gestalt and Replicant, it felt very niche back in the day because no one fucking knew what it was. But everyone knows 2B. Why can't I find like an original cover? It's all just the same face one, which is the one I recognize. Would I be able to listen? Surely I'd be able to listen to the game soundtrack on stream. 2B has the booty, yeah. The panty flashes. That's what the people who stay at home and have nothing to do will be looking at. They just want to look at robotic ass cheeks the whole day. Meanwhile, Kane, I think, is wearing even less clothing than 2B. Like, it literally looks like her tartats is hanging out the bottom of her shirt, but no. She doesn't it's not even a coochie window for her. Her entire butt crack is out. Anyway. It should be safe, honestly. If it can be streamed, generally it's fine. What do you mean what? He's safe? Let me put the music on. Cause that was like one of my favorite game soundtracks. Even though I didn't play the game, that was one of my favorite game soundtracks for the longest time. What, Dan? What? Her entire butt crack is visible. Her I don't even know if I'd call them shorts. They're not oh, the coochie window? Yeah. Her outfit is very revealing. Way more than 2B's outfit. See, I wonder. Yeah, replicant. Yeah. Huh, that's so weird. I will play you guys my favorite song. Popular. There was quite a few actually. But Song of the Ancients, oh my god. Popular, best. This is my favorite one. To be or not to be, that is the pencil. Oh my god. I wanted to cosplay one of the twins. I can't remember which one now. But for the longest time I wanted to cosplay one of them. I think it was the one with the straighter hair. I can't remember now. Because their outfit in Replicant's really pretty. The original outfit's also very nice, but the other one is a bit more modern. But oh, this song. I've listened to this shit on repeat, man. But there's different versions of this as well. Oh, is this the bicycle squad? Can I join? Play Fate next? Alright. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just wanted one itty bitty apple. I'm sure there's other places where there's bapples. I wonder, it wouldn't be in my Pokédex, right? I think, have I fought one? I think I might have fought one. Man, the soundtrack's so beautiful. Freaking Zoro, man. No bapples? Oh, Ray owes me a la vita. No? Where's Fate? Oh, Bluebird is also really good. And Grandma, I think Grandma's also a good song. Where is Fate? Huh? Play Fortnite? No, no, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is very good. Oops. This is very good. The whole album's a banger. It's so good, man. Another Kumalala. Come on, man, get out the trees. It's battle time. Where are my battles at? That's a mushroom that I almost ran into. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I think I should maybe give up on these apples. They just... It's not happening, man. Sleepy niggles. Sorry, Piggy. Maybe the piggies ate all the apples. That would make a lot of sense. Wow, we haven't seen a single one. Oh yeah, I was supposed to make sandwiches today. I forgot about that. I haven't tried that yet at all. I have like loads of recipes, but I don't think I have a lot of ingredients. Oh my goodness. This is my children. Make a sandwich. I need to make a sandwich with the encounter power for... I think in my one it's the water one for the Taurus. Hi, Tango. Oh, encounter power. Dwagon. Okay, so it's 45. I need Avo and whatever those things are. So I guess I need to go go find a shoop. There should be a shop here, right? Oh, Samwise is playing Animal Crossing. I haven't played that in so long. How you doing, Tango? Oh, I'm ending soon because of the load shedding. Alright, here's a sandwich shop. This music is so drama, I love it. New sandwiches again, homie? Oh. Was here earlier, saw you were learning some Japanese. Yeah. It's going pretty good. One of my viewers was trying to encourage me to... Oh wait, you don't buy the... You can just buy the sandwich straight up. But I want to make it. I want to make my own sandwiches. You have to buy the ingredients somewhere else. Is it this one? I don't know what this place sells, actually. Battle items, general goods, Pokeballs, Rotom phone case? Hello? What the fuck? Pikachu Eevee! Cream, dark green. Oh my goodness. Swablu, Combi, Applin. I need to have the Eevee one, right? Fuck yeah. Oh wait, no! Pokeballs? Can I buy Pokeballs? Oh wait, there was another song I wanted to play. I gotta get that Eevee drip, exactly. Bluebird. Bluebird's really good. If you have save files of the old games on your Switch, you can get special cases. Oh, really? What are battle items? Oh! You can just buy these things? Oh my goodness. Dark type with his black glasses. Fighting type. Ooh. That might be nice. I know you can find these in the wild, but like... Ooh. Boosts crit. Poison. Oh. Binding band. Was there not one for water type? Oh, I have the loaded dice already. Doesn't look like it. You're almost done with your decks? Damn! Very nice. Huh. Oh, they have different items? Ah. Perfect. I don't know what the grocery store looks like. This looks like medicine. I'd like to buy. No, thank you. Oh, I just ran straight back into the shop that I left. I'm so glad. They probably think I'm crazy. I don't blame them. Supermarket. I'm going there, I guess. Oh! This is, I mean, the whole soundtrack's good, right? Another oval stone. There we go. Nice fucking bell peppers. Will they have everything here? Most things. There's one thing I need that they don't have here. Okay, well... Do I need that much? Probably not, but... Same again, different shops, different items. God damn it. I'm just gonna, because I'm lazy, I just want to go quick. I want to go fast. I want to blast. I hate that it automatically puts it to 11 though, but it's fine. I'll be using these things. Whoa, butter is expensive though. God damn. Maybe we'll just buy 5. Bulk buy? Oh my god. Yes. What? Oh my god. Thank you. Butter expensive just like IRL. It's true. Cream cheese also, damn. Works for selling as well. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. It depends where you go, Bubble. I've seen butter that's more expensive, to be fair. I love using butter though. So good. Bankrupt by sandwich ingredients. It's okay, right? Because what the fuck else am I spending my money on? So far, nothing really. Every now and then I buy Pokeballs, but I have 100k LP as well. Tofu. Horseradish is, whoa, very expensive. With goddamn. Did I buy these ones already? Yeah, perfect. Okay. Make purchase. Pay with cash. I never got to finish my curry decks, so I want to make all the sandwiches. Hello. Oh, it's the song I wanted to play next. Grandma. Grandma's also a good song. This is Grandma. It's beautiful. Let's see what this place has. All of this for an apple? Why couldn't I just buy one at the supermarket? I'm so confused. Give me my bapples! Where are we going? Where's supermarket? They don't have? Because this is bakery. There's a deli. Would it I'm gonna go look. I would think that a deli would sell meat, but who knows? The deli counter in the supermarkets here, they sell meats. Oh, there's a bowl. Wow. I also probably have loads of things to sell now that I think about it. I haven't sold to a shop in a very long time. Yes. This is the saddest looking sausage of my life. You guys can't see it because I'm in the way, but oh, that button's not gonna work. Oh, for real? Okay. Oh wait, I wanted to do the bulk buy. Potato salad, for whatever reason. We put that in sandwiches now. No, we don't need... Oh, whatever that is. Noah, what do you mean? I don't understand. Can you maybe explain? good, Homestizzle. What is this? Canned foods? Isn't he a chef specializing in sausage base? Isn't that you? Banana! Oh my goodness. This sandwich making really is gonna bankrupt me. It's okay though. Hey, you see, I can just buy an apple. Why'd I have to go and make a sandwich to find one? I have to make all the sandwiches though. Gotta catch them all. Rice? Are we putting rice in a sandwich? I mean, I'm not complaining. I love rice. You're the chef specializing in sausage-based dishes. Is there different breads as well? Oh my goodness. Oh, I have a lot of cheese. Did I buy double? Or did I just have silver pick? What is this? What are these? You don't need to put the top part of the sandwich on when you make it and it still counts. Huh. I know that you can also buy like you can like change the almost like decorations. Choose a cute one. Okay, maybe I'll buy one. I like the party sparkler one, but it's so expensive. There's a parasol. The descriptions are cute. A magic wand. Oh, heroic sword. Gold. Red Pokeball, green Pokeball. Often used by trainers who pick the grass type. I feel attacked. I might go for the... This one sounds like a... Whoa, so expensive. Maybe just... I'm not going to be making a lot of sandwiches. I'm just going to buy 5 for now. That's fine. Okay, let's go back. Oh my god, this soundtrack is amazing. This is one of my favorite songs though, so it's kind of cheating. Where was it? It was over here, right? So we need to go... There was one right next to it that led in. There we go. There's someone's puppy who keeps escaping in the complex. He escaped twice yesterday and has escaped again today. I'm like, what's happening to that dog that he just keeps running away? What's so interesting outside? Smooth rock, that's my brain. If I look up now and see an applin in a tree, I'm gonna rage quit. Okay. No rage quitting for today. Yeah, lunch, we're making tasty sandwiches. Make a sandwich. Let's motherfucking go. It was 45, right? We have all the things. This was difficult last time. Look at this! Oh my heart. I love that. Okay. Cool. Whoa. Do I need to do anything or? Okay, so we're gonna start. Tomato. How cute is that heart? Make sure nothing falls off. I'm trying my best. Because the first time I made a sandwich, it was very grim. Exactly 3 slices of avocado. That is not enough. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. You don't like tomatoes in sandwiches? I don't blame you. It makes the bread soggy. Cha-chang! Whoa. Beautiful. So do we like eat the sandwich now? The only time I made a sandwich before was for the tutorial. A sandwich fit for Sailor Moon herself, yeah? Do I take a screenshot? Oh, okay, just press A. We're good. Thank you. We're all enjoying this tasty sandwich together. Wow! Sweet, so now I just pack up and go, and then... Oh. Lazy-ass cutscene. It is a little lazy. Oh my god, there's a Bapple! What? Noir, you fixed it. Oops. No, no, no. Oh, no, no. Come here. There it is. The little Bapple. I got a Bapple! Not that you can see it, but, you know, it's there. It's there. Thank you, Noah. I never would have tried that. It's a whole... I mean, a group of apples, isn't it called a bushel? A bushel of apples anyway, so it works. Applin Mega evolved into Bush. Ally switch? Wait, who was that? It's a psychic move. Huh. That's kind of a weird one. I'm good. I'll skip out on that one for now. I'll maybe catch one more Bapple and then I'll head out. It's a grass dragon. I mean, I knew it was dragon, but... We'll stick him in a box. We have 2 of those to get. That's cute as hell, man. I remember when Ray and I were playing Pokemon Sword and Shield, and the one got the one apple and the one got the other. And we had to trade each other. There's another Bapples! There's Bapples everywhere now. My god. Where my Bapple, man? Oh, shit! The Bapple got to us first. Okay, we're good. And my favorite thing, the shiny for this thing, is green. It's a green apple. How cool. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? No? Astonish? Hey yo. Got him. Nice. Okay, we got our 2 baffles. I need 1 last baffle. This big old pig there, a boinker. I don't want to accidentally run into it. Where's my baffle? Oh, it fell down there? Ah, shit. There we go. Oh, it's a boy! I think the other 2 I got were both girls. Oh no. You can't sleep? Oi. Yeah, I mean, I would struggle to sleep at this time. So I get that. I can't really nap unless I'm sick. Apple and juice? Oh my god. Did I step on it? Oh no. Can't believe I've done this. Alright, I think that's a good place to end off. We successfully got ourselves 3 baffles. Two for the evolves and then 1 for the actual apple. Man, next time I'm struggling to find things, I'm just gonna make a sandwich. Cause that shit's bomb. We didn't see a single apple. And then suddenly, baffles everywhere. Hey yo! 20 months! Shit, friends!
Okay, see you.
Thank you, friend! 20 months. Damn, that's almost very close to 2 years. Very, very close. Almost there. You've been putting up all my nonsense for the longest time. Sheesh. Oh yeah, it's almost my anniversary as well for stream. Gosh. Okay, yeah. Let us prepare to skedoodle. This music is so intense. It's so dramatic. Okay. I had a bunch of streams open earlier, but they have gone all over the place now. Let's see who's streaming. That's the best way to find Pokemon. Make a sandwich with encounter power. Yeah, apparently, because yeah, that just worked really, really well. Imagine. I reckon I get my revenge on someone who gave me a big old wade yesterday. Because it looks like he's just started. So this is another South African streamer. His stream is amazing to just like, if you need a place to like chill out, like you don't even need to interact or anything, you can literally just vibe out. If you do interact, he's so friendly. He's also very sussy and funny, but like, you know, it's good vibes to be with, you know? So we're gonna go to Shanxi. Very, very cool. Randomly found him through another South African streamer and feels good, man. Anyway. There was probably no other dragon type in that area, so dragon was a good choice. Ah, s'mores. Good luck with your Scara pulls. You know I'm not pulling for Scara, son. I'll be pulling for Ito. Ito. I'll probably be doing that tomorrow on stream. But yes, thank you all so much for chilling. We're gonna go over to Shanksu. Shanks is currently streaming Project Zomboid, which looks big scary for me because zombies. But there's the raid message. Oh, thank you, Joggin. Sorry. There's the raid message. Grab him. You saving for Raiden? Oh, she's coming out soon, I've heard. Alright, everyone. Please take care of yourselves. Have a lovely, lovely one. I'll see you next time. Bye, 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 bye.